Every tired mind has a breaking point that nobody else can see. On the outside, life keeps moving. You answer messages, you carry responsibilities, you smile when needed, you keep going. But deep inside, something stays tight. A pressure, a restlessness, a weight that follows you into quiet moments and waits there like it belongs. Not because you are failing, but because stress has a way of becoming so normal, you forget what it feels like to be free from it. Most people never truly release anything. They distract themselves, they bury things, they stay busy enough to avoid hearing what the mind is trying to say. But hidden under all that noise is a deeper need, a need to breathe without tension, to sit without racing thoughts, to let the heart soften, to stop carrying emotions that were never meant to live inside you forever. Not by running from life, but by learning how to meet it with a steadier mind. The Stoics understood something that still matters now. They knew that peace does not come from controlling the world. It comes from learning not to be controlled by every thought, every fear, every memory, and every moment of pain. They taught that the mind becomes lighter when it stops resisting what it cannot change, that emotions become less heavy when they are observed with wisdom instead of fed with panic, and that real strength is not found in holding everything in, but in knowing how to let it pass through without destroying your inner world. Tonight, this meditation is your space to do exactly that, to loosen the stress that has been sitting in your body, to quiet the thoughts that keep pulling you in circles, to let old emotional weight leave your shoulders little by little. This is not about becoming someone else. It is about returning to yourself without the tension, without the noise, and without the burden you were never meant to carry this long. And this is where the quiet work truly begins. The mind has spent years tightening itself against every uncomfortable feeling. Stress appears, and the first instinct is to push it away. Anger appears, and the reaction is to bury it. Sadness appears, and the mind rushes to distract itself before the feeling becomes too visible. Over time, this habit becomes automatic. The mind begins to treat emotions like enemies that must be defeated as quickly as possible. But the Stoics noticed something important about the nature of emotions. What is resisted tends to stay longer. What is pushed away quietly returns through another door, and what is denied often becomes stronger in silence. So before going deeper into stillness, there is something that must first be understood about the way emotions work inside the human mind. A quiet truth begins to reveal itself once attention turns inward long enough to observe what actually happens when emotions arise. Many people believe the mind becomes peaceful by controlling feelings, by pushing them down, by forcing calm. But the Stoics understood that forcing calm is often another form of struggle. The mind tightens even more while trying to pretend it is relaxed. Instead, they practiced something that might sound unusual at first. They allowed emotions to fully exhaust themselves, not through drama, not through uncontrolled reaction, but through calm observation and patience. Emotions behave very much like waves in the ocean. When a wave rises, it gathers energy, reaches its peak, and eventually falls back into the sea. But if someone tries to block the wave, the water crashes harder. The force becomes chaotic. The same thing happens inside the mind. When anger appears, the instinct is often to suppress it immediately, to pretend it does not exist, to push it down and continue acting normal. But suppressed anger does not disappear. It stays inside the body, quietly building pressure. Later it returns through irritability, tension, sleeplessness, or sudden reactions that seem larger than the situation. Sadness behaves the same way. When sadness is resisted, the mind tries to outrun it with distractions, endless scrolling, noise, constant activity, but the feeling remains unfinished. The mind never allowed it to complete its natural cycle. The Stoic approach was different. When an emotion appeared, the goal was not to become the emotion. The goal was to witness it without interference. This simple shift changes everything. Instead of saying, "I must get rid of this feeling," the mind says, "This feeling is here. Let me watch it." At first, the emotion may feel intense. The body may react. The heart may beat faster. Thoughts may attempt to pull attention into stories and judgments. But the moment attention stays with the raw feeling instead of the story around it, the emotion begins to lose its fuel. Thoughts are usually what keep emotions alive. A small moment of frustration turns into a long mental replay. The mind repeats the situation again and again. Each replay adds new emotional energy to the feeling. Hours later, the mind is still carrying something that should have passed within minutes. But when the emotion is allowed to exist without the constant storytelling, it begins to burn through its energy naturally. This is what emotional exhaustion means in Stoic practice. It is not exhaustion from fighting the emotion. It is exhaustion of the emotion itself. The feeling rises, the mind watches it, the body experiences it, and without interference, the emotion gradually fades. The Stoics understood that emotions are temporary experiences, not permanent identities. Anger may pass through the mind, but that does not mean the mind must become an angry person. Sadness may visit, but that does not mean sadness owns the entire inner world. Marcus Aurelius reflected on this many times in his writings. He often reminded himself that emotions are impressions. They appear quickly, but they only gain power when the mind agrees to follow them. When the mind stops feeding the emotion with endless thought, the experience becomes lighter. This is why allowing emotions to run their course creates release. It removes the pressure of suppression. It removes the endless struggle to control every internal state, and it replaces resistance with awareness. Something interesting begins to happen when this practice is repeated. The mind slowly learns that emotions are not as dangerous as it once believed. Feelings can rise, move through the body, and leave without destroying anything. What once felt overwhelming begins to feel manageable. The nervous system starts relaxing because it no longer has to fight every emotional wave that appears. Over time, emotions pass more quickly. Stress softens sooner. Inner tension loosens its grip, and the mind starts experiencing something it may not have felt in a long time. Space. Space between thoughts. Space between reactions. Space between what happens and how the mind chooses to respond. That space is where freedom begins to grow. Not the freedom from ever feeling anything again, but the freedom from being controlled by every feeling that appears. The Stoics did not aim to eliminate emotion from life. They aimed to understand it deeply enough that emotions could move through the mind without leaving damage behind. And the more the mind practices allowing emotions to complete their natural cycle, the lighter the inner world becomes. Less pressure, less resistance, less noise. Just the quiet understanding that every emotion, no matter how intense it feels at first, eventually runs out of energy when it is allowed to pass through without being held captive by the mind. And as that quiet space begins to appear inside the mind, something else slowly becomes visible. A pattern that has been shaping most of the stress people carry every day. For years, the mind learned one simple reaction whenever discomfort appeared. Fight it, push it away, get rid of it as quickly as possible. Stress shows up, and the first instinct is resistance. The body tightens. Thoughts start searching for ways to escape the feeling. The mind argues with the moment, wishing things were different. But the more carefully this reaction is observed, the more surprising the result becomes. The struggle against stress is often the very thing that makes it grow stronger. A quiet realization begins to unfold once this is seen clearly. Most people believe stress comes entirely from the outside world, from difficult situations, unexpected problems, or uncertain futures. But when the Stoics examined the mind closely, they noticed something deeper. Stress is rarely caused only by what happens. It is amplified by how fiercely the mind resists what is already happening.
When resistance enters the picture, the mind begins to add pressure to an already difficult moment.
Think about what happens when the mind says, "This should not be happening." The situation may already be uncomfortable, but that sentence creates a second layer of tension. Now the mind is not only experiencing the event, it is also fighting reality itself. This internal argument consumes energy. The body reacts as if something must be fixed immediately. Muscles tighten. Breathing becomes shallow. Thoughts accelerate as the mind tries to regain control over something it cannot instantly change. The Stoics notice that this reaction creates a loop. Stress appears, resistance rises, resistance increases the pressure, and the increased pressure convinces the mind that the situation is even more threatening than it actually is. In other words, the mind unintentionally feeds the very thing it is trying to escape. A simple example reveals this clearly. Someone lies awake at night, unable to fall asleep. The moment the mind notices the sleeplessness, it reacts with frustration. Thoughts begin saying, "I must sleep now. Tomorrow will be ruined. Why can't I fall asleep?" The mind becomes tense. The body tightens. Each passing minute increases the worry. But the true obstacle is no longer just the lack of sleep. The obstacle becomes the anxiety about not sleeping. The resistance itself becomes the new source of stress. When resistance relaxes, something shifts. Instead of demanding sleep, the mind allows the moment to be as it is. The body stops fighting the experience. The nervous system slowly softens, and very often, sleep comes naturally once the pressure disappears. The Stoics applied this same understanding to every emotional experience. When stress appears, the instinct is to push against it with thoughts like, "I cannot feel this way," or "This must stop immediately." But these reactions create friction inside the mind. The emotional wave meets a wall of resistance, and the collision makes the experience more intense. Acceptance works differently. Acceptance does not mean liking the situation. It does not mean giving up on improving life. Instead, it means removing the unnecessary fight against the present moment. The mind quietly acknowledges, "This is what is happening right now." That small shift removes a huge amount of internal pressure. Once the mind stops arguing with reality, its energy can return to clarity instead of struggle. The body begins to relax because it is no longer trying to control what cannot be instantly controlled. Stress starts losing its grip, not because it was defeated, but because it was no longer being fueled. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself of this truth. Events outside the mind are not the real source of disturbance. What disturbs the mind is the interpretation and resistance that follow. This insight changes the way stressful moments are experienced. A difficult conversation happens. Instead of fighting the emotions that appear, the mind allows them to be present without judgment. A challenging situation unfolds. Instead of demanding immediate certainty, the mind accepts that uncertainty is part of life. The moment resistance fades, the intensity of the experience begins to soften. Stress becomes lighter when the mind stops trying to force life into a perfect shape. Another quiet benefit appears as this practice continues. When resistance disappears, awareness becomes clearer. The mind can see situations more accurately because it is no longer clouded by emotional struggle. Decisions become calmer, reactions become more measured.
Instead of being trapped inside the storm, the mind stands slightly outside it.
The Stoics believed this inner stance was one of the greatest sources of freedom. Life will always contain uncertainty, discomfort, and unexpected change. But the mind does not have to add unnecessary suffering on top of those moments. Acceptance allows experience to pass through without becoming permanent tension. And something else becomes possible when the mind stops fighting its internal states. Compassion toward oneself. Stress is no longer treated as an enemy that must be defeated. It becomes a signal that the mind is responding to life. A natural movement of human experience. The moment stress is accepted instead of resisted, it begins to lose its urgency. The body breathes more easily. Thoughts slow down. The emotional wave that once felt overwhelming gradually dissolves on its own. This is why the Stoics practiced acceptance so carefully, not because they wanted passive lives, but because they understood a powerful truth. Fighting internal states multiplies them. Allowing them to exist quietly takes away the fuel that keeps them alive. And when the mind learns this lesson deeply, stress begins to lose its ability to control the inner world. And once the mind begins to understand that resisting stress only feeds it, another quiet skill slowly starts to reveal itself. A skill that the Stoics practiced every day. Because even when stress is no longer resisted, situations still happen. People still say things, plans still collapse. Unexpected problems still appear without warning. Life does not suddenly become calm just because the mind understands acceptance. So the question becomes deeper.
How can the mind remain steady when events themselves are chaotic?
The Stoics discovered a powerful answer that many people never learn. They learned how to step back from events mentally. Not by ignoring life, not by pretending nothing matters, but by creating a small space between what happens and how the mind responds to it. And inside that space, emotional stability begins to grow. A quiet observation often reveals something surprising about the way the mind works. When something happens in life, the event itself is usually brief. A comment from someone, a mistake at work, an unexpected delay, a disagreement with a friend. The moment passes quickly, but the mind often continues carrying the moment long after it has ended. It replays the scene. It analyzes every word. It imagines different outcomes. It creates stories about what the event means. Before long, the mind is no longer experiencing the event itself. It is experiencing its own interpretation of the event over and over again.
This is where emotional instability begins.
The Stoics noticed that people often place themselves too close to their thoughts, so close that every thought feels like an absolute truth. A small criticism suddenly feels like a personal attack. A mistake feels like proof of failure. A temporary problem feels like a permanent disaster. But when the mind steps back, something changes.
The event becomes smaller.
Mental distance begins with a simple shift in perspective. Instead of saying, "This is happening to me," the mind quietly says, "This is something happening in life." That small difference creates room for observation. The Stoics often practiced viewing situations as if they were watching a scene from the outside, not coldly, not without care, but with a calm awareness that life is constantly unfolding in unpredictable ways. Marcus Aurelius practiced this form of reflection often. When something difficult happened, he reminded himself that events are simply events. The disturbance only grows when the mind adds meaning, judgment, and emotional stories on top of them. When the mind steps back, the story loses its grip. A harsh comment from someone becomes just a few sounds carried through the air. A delay becomes simply a change in timing. A mistake becomes a moment of learning rather than a permanent mark against one's identity. This perspective does not erase emotion, but it prevents emotion from taking over the entire inner world. Think of the mind like someone standing too close to a painting. When the face is pressed against the canvas, the colors blur together and the image becomes confusing. Everything feels overwhelming. But when the person steps back a few feet, the full picture becomes visible. Mental distance works in the same way. The Stoics trained themselves to widen their view of events. They reminded themselves that every moment exists inside a much larger timeline of life. What feels enormous today may become insignificant tomorrow. This practice gradually reduces emotional intensity. When the mind is too close to a situation, every detail feels urgent. Every reaction feels personal. But when the mind observes from a wider perspective, the emotional pressure naturally softens. Another benefit begins to appear as this discipline grows. The mind becomes less reactive. Instead of immediately responding with anger, fear, or frustration, the mind pauses. That pause becomes a powerful moment of choice. Inside that pause, clarity has time to appear. The Stoics believed this pause was the birthplace of wisdom. Without distance, the mind reacts automatically. Words are spoken too quickly. Decisions are made under emotional pressure. Later, regret often follows. But with mental distance, responses become deliberate. The mind can ask simple questions. Is this situation truly as important as it feels right now? Will this matter in a week? Is this worth disturbing my inner peace? These questions gently shift attention away from emotional urgency and toward thoughtful awareness. Over time, the mind begins to understand that not every event deserves full emotional investment. Some things are simply passing moments. Other people's opinions change constantly. Unexpected problems appear and disappear. Life moves through cycles that no individual can fully control. Mental distance allows the mind to remain steady inside those cycles. Another quiet strength emerges from this practice. When the mind stops reacting instantly, emotions become easier to understand. Instead of being pulled into every feeling, the mind begins to observe its own patterns. Anger may still appear, but it is noticed sooner. Anxiety may arise, but it is recognized as a temporary state rather than a permanent reality. This awareness gradually reduces the power emotions once had over behavior. The Stoics did not try to remove themselves from life. They lived fully, worked hard, and engaged with the world around them. But they carried an inner discipline that protected their emotional stability. They learned that the mind does not need to stand inside every storm. It can step back. It can observe. It can remain steady even while events continue to unfold. And the more this discipline is practiced, the more the mind discovers something deeply calming. Life becomes easier to navigate when the mind is no longer tangled inside every moment. Situations still happen, but they no longer invade the inner world with the same force, because the mind has learned one of the most powerful Stoic skills of all, the quiet ability to step back and remain grounded while life continues to move around it. And once the mind learns to step back from events, another quiet discovery begins to unfold. Something subtle, but powerful. Because stepping back from situations is only the first layer of freedom. The deeper challenge often comes from something closer than the world outside. The thoughts that rise inside the mind. Thoughts appear quickly, sometimes quietly, sometimes loudly. A memory returns, a worry forms, a doubt whispers something unsettling, and before the mind even realizes it, those thoughts begin shaping emotions, reactions, and decisions. But what if thoughts are not as permanent or as powerful as they seem? What if they behave more like the weather passing through the sky? A strange thing becomes clear when attention rests on the mind long enough to observe its movements. Thoughts are constantly changing. One moment the mind worries about something in the future. A few minutes later, the attention shifts to a completely different concern. Later still, a pleasant memory appears, followed by another wave of doubt. The inner world moves like shifting clouds across the sky. The Stoics understood this long before modern psychology explained it. They noticed that thoughts and emotions are temporary mental events. They appear, move through awareness, and disappear again. But people often treat these passing states as if they are permanent truths about reality. A thought says, "Everything is going wrong," and the mind believes it immediately. Another thought says, "This situation will never improve," and the body reacts with stress as if the statement were a confirmed fact. But in truth, the thought is simply a mental event passing through the mind, like wind moving through the air. The Stoics practiced observing thoughts in the same way someone watches changing weather patterns. A storm may appear in the sky. Dark clouds gather, rain falls heavily, thunder echoes across the horizon, but the storm never owns the sky forever. Eventually, the clouds move on. The same pattern happens inside the mind. An emotion may feel intense when it first appears. Anxiety may create tension in the body. Frustration may raise the temperature of the mind. But if attention simply watches the feeling instead of attaching to it, the emotional storm slowly loses its strength. The mistake many people make is identifying themselves with every thought that appears. A negative thought enters the mind, and suddenly the person believes it defines who they are or what their life means. But the Stoics practiced something different. They created distance between themselves and their thoughts. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the mind has the ability to examine impressions before accepting them. Just because a thought appears does not mean it must be believed or followed. This awareness changes the entire relationship with the mind. Instead of being dragged from one emotional reaction to another, the mind begins to watch thoughts calmly as they pass through. A worrying thought may appear. Instead of reacting immediately, the mind observes it. The thought rises, sits in awareness for a moment, and then fades as attention shifts elsewhere. Another thought appears later, perhaps about the past. The mind notices it again without judgment. Over time, something remarkable begins to happen. Thoughts lose their ability to control emotional stability because the mind no longer treats them as permanent truths. They become temporary weather patterns passing across awareness. This practice gradually reduces the intensity of emotional reactions. When anger appears, the mind notices it like dark clouds forming in the distance. There is awareness of the feeling, but no rush to act on it. The mind allows the emotion to exist without feeding it. Soon enough, the storm weakens. When worry appears, the mind observes the thought without immediately believing it. The body does not tense as strongly because the thought is seen as just another passing cloud. This skill requires patience. The mind has spent many years reacting automatically to its own thoughts. It learned to treat every mental voice as important and urgent. But with practice, the relationship changes. The mind begins to recognize patterns. Some thoughts are helpful and deserve attention. Others are simply noise produced by old habits, fears, or imagination. Watching thoughts like weather allows awareness to remain steady while those patterns move through the mind. And something else slowly emerges from this practice. Calm, not forced calm, not artificial positivity, but a quiet steadiness that grows naturally when the mind stops chasing every thought that appears. The inner sky becomes wider. Thoughts still pass through, just as clouds pass through the sky, but they no longer block the entire horizon. The Stoics believed this awareness was one of the keys to emotional freedom. Life will always produce thoughts, some pleasant, some uncomfortable, some confusing. But the mind does not need to obey every mental storm that arises. It can watch, it can allow, it can remain steady while the weather of the mind continues to move and change. And the more this practice deepens, the more the inner world begins to feel lighter. Not because thoughts have disappeared, but because the mind has finally learned that they were never meant to stay forever. And once the mind begins to watch thoughts the way one watches clouds moving across the sky, another quiet skill slowly begins to form. A deeper discipline that the Stoics practiced carefully in their daily lives. Because even when thoughts are observed calmly, the mind still has one powerful habit that easily disturbs emotional balance. The habit of labeling everything that happens. The mind constantly divides life into two simple categories: good or bad, success or failure, favorable or unfair. The moment something happens, the mind rushes to judge it, and that judgment often becomes the spark that turns a small experience into a large emotional reaction. So before moving deeper into stillness, it helps to understand how the Stoics trained themselves to loosen this habit of labeling events too quickly. There is a quiet moment that happens inside the mind whenever something unexpected appears. A message arrives, a conversation changes direction, a plan suddenly collapses. In that first instant, the event itself is neutral. It is simply something happening in the flow of life. But the mind rarely leaves it that way. Almost immediately, it assigns meaning. It decides whether the event is good or bad, helpful or harmful. Once that label is placed on the experience, emotions quickly follow. If the mind calls the situation bad, tension rises. Frustration appears. Anxiety begins to grow. If the mind calls the situation good, excitement and attachment quickly form. But the Stoics noticed something most people overlook. The label is not part of the event itself. The label is created by the mind. A delay in traffic is simply a delay, yet the mind may instantly call it a terrible inconvenience. A critical comment from someone is just a set of words spoken into the air, yet the mind may treat it like a personal attack. A sudden change of plans is only a shift in timing, yet the mind may interpret it as a disaster. In each case, The emotional escalation does not come directly from the event. It comes from the judgment the mind places on the event. The Stoics understood that when the mind constantly labels experiences as good or bad, it becomes trapped on an emotional roller coaster. Every pleasant moment creates attachment. Every unpleasant moment creates resistance. Peace becomes fragile because it depends on life unfolding exactly as expected. So they trained themselves in something unusual. They practiced emotional neutrality. This does not mean becoming cold or indifferent. It means pausing before deciding what something means. Instead of instantly judging an event, the Stoic mind quietly says something simple. This is an event. Let me observe it first. That small pause interrupts the automatic reaction. It creates space between the situation and the emotional response. And inside that space, the mind regains clarity. When this discipline is practiced regularly, many experiences begin to look different. A mistake stops feeling like a personal failure and becomes information that can be learned from. A difficult conversation becomes an opportunity to understand another perspective rather than a threat to defend against. Even unexpected problems begin to feel less overwhelming because the mind no longer rushes to declare them disasters. The emotional temperature of the moment stays lower because the judgment has been softened. The Stoics often reminded themselves that events rarely carry fixed meaning. What appears harmful today may later become helpful. What seems fortunate now may reveal hidden difficulties later. Life is constantly unfolding in ways that the mind cannot fully predict. Because of this uncertainty, they believed quick judgments were often unreliable. Emotional neutrality allowed them to move through situations with patience instead of reacting to incomplete information. Another quiet benefit appears when the mind stops labeling everything so quickly. Emotional reactions become less extreme. When something pleasant happens, the mind enjoys it without clinging to it as if it must last forever. When something uncomfortable appears, the mind experiences it without exaggerating the situation into a crisis. Stability begins to grow because the mind is no longer swinging between extremes of excitement and frustration. This habit also protects the mind from unnecessary suffering. Many stressful moments are intensified not by the event itself, but by the story the mind builds around it. The moment the mind says this should not be happening, the experience becomes heavier. But when the mind simply observes what is happening without that judgment, the emotional pressure often dissolves much faster. Over time, this discipline creates a deeper form of resilience. Situations still arise. Some are pleasant, some are difficult, and some are confusing. But the mind no longer reacts to each moment with the same intensity. It stays balanced because it has learned to see events before labeling them. And as this habit grows stronger, something remarkable begins to develop inside the mind. A quiet steadiness, the ability to meet life as it unfolds rather than constantly judging it. Experiences come and go, but emotional stability remains anchored beneath them. Not because life has become easier, but because the mind has stopped amplifying every moment with unnecessary labels. And once the mind begins loosening its habit of labeling every experience as good or bad, another quiet ability slowly becomes possible. Because emotional neutrality creates space, but inside that space, something even more important must be learned. The ability to let feelings exist without immediately trying to control them. Most people have never been taught how to do this. The moment a strong emotion appears, the mind reacts automatically. It tries to fix it, silence it, explain it, or escape it. But the Stoics understood something that changes the entire relationship with emotions. Not every feeling needs interference from the mind. Sometimes the most powerful response is simply allowing the emotion to exist long enough to pass on its own. There is a small moment that happens every time an emotion appears. Anger may rise suddenly. Sadness may quietly settle in the chest. Anxiety may tighten the breath. In that first instant, the feeling itself is simply energy moving through the body. But almost immediately, the mind begins speaking about it. Thoughts appear explaining why the feeling exists. Judgments appear saying the emotion should not be there. Questions appear asking how to remove it as quickly as possible. This mental commentary begins feeding the emotion. The mind keeps returning to the feeling, analyzing it, debating it, and unintentionally giving it more attention than necessary. The Stoics practiced something very different. When a feeling appeared, they allowed it to be present without adding mental noise around it. They did not rush to explain the emotion or judge themselves for having it. Instead, they observed it quietly, the same way someone might observe a passing wave in the ocean. The wave rises, moves across the surface, and eventually dissolves back into the water. No effort is required to make the wave disappear. Its nature is to rise and fall naturally. Emotions behave in a very similar way inside the mind. A feeling rises, reaches its intensity, and then slowly fades when it is not constantly fed with attention and judgment. But when the mind interferes with endless commentary, the wave keeps receiving energy. The feeling that might have lasted a few minutes becomes something the mind carries for hours or even days. This is why the Stoics emphasized observation instead of interference. When anger appears, the mind simply notices the heat of the emotion. When sadness arises, the mind acknowledges the heaviness without turning it into a story about the past. When anxiety enters awareness, the mind recognizes the tension without assuming it means danger. The feeling is allowed to move through awareness without being resisted or exaggerated. This practice begins to change how emotions are experienced. Instead of becoming trapped inside them, the mind starts witnessing them as temporary experiences. The body may still feel the emotion, but the mind is no longer creating additional layers of tension around it. The emotion is free to move through its natural cycle. Over time, something important becomes clear. Feelings are not permanent residents of the mind, they are visitors. Some stay longer than others, but none remain forever when they are not constantly invited to stay by the mind's commentary. The Stoics understood that emotional suffering often grows from the way people react to their emotions rather than from the emotions themselves. When a feeling is judged as unacceptable, the mind creates resistance. That resistance adds pressure. The person becomes frustrated with the feeling, which creates a second emotion on top of the first one. Soon, the mind is not only experiencing sadness or anger, but also irritation about having that feeling in the first place. This layering multiplies emotional intensity, but when the feeling is allowed to exist without judgment, that extra pressure disappears. The mind simply acknowledges the experience and allows it to complete its natural movement. The body processes the emotion, the nervous system gradually relaxes, and the feeling dissolves without leaving deep tension behind. Another quiet benefit begins to appear through this practice. The mind becomes less afraid of its own emotions. Many people fear feelings because they believe emotions will overwhelm them or remain forever. But when the mind repeatedly observes emotions rising and fading on their own, confidence grows. The person realizes that feelings are not permanent threats. They are temporary waves moving through awareness. This understanding brings a sense of inner trust. The mind no longer panics when emotions appear. Instead of trying to eliminate them immediately, it allows them to exist while maintaining calm observation. The emotional experience becomes lighter because the mind is not fighting against it. Over time, this discipline strengthens emotional stability in a natural way. Feelings still appear because emotions are part of being human, but they pass through the mind with less disturbance. The inner world remains steady because emotions are no longer being constantly amplified by mental commentary. The Stoics believed that peace was not achieved by eliminating emotions, but by understanding their nature. Feelings come and go. The mind does not need to interfere with every movement they make. When emotions are allowed to rise and fall without judgment, they complete their journey more quickly. And as this practice deepens, something gentle begins to unfold inside the mind. A quiet sense of ease. Emotions still move through awareness, but they no longer dominate it. The mind becomes a place where feelings can appear, exist for a moment, and then fade naturally, leaving behind a calm space that remains steady beneath every passing emotional wave. And once the mind learns how to let feelings exist without constant interference, another layer of understanding begins to unfold. Because even when emotions are allowed to pass naturally, there is still one hidden force that quietly creates tension inside the mind. A force so subtle that many people never notice it. That force is resistance to the present moment. The quiet habit of wishing that what is happening right now were different. And the Stoics discovered that much of the suffering people experience does not come from the moment itself, but from the friction created by resisting it. There is a simple pattern that appears again and again in the human mind. Something happens that does not match what we hoped for. Plans change unexpectedly. Someone behaves in a way that feels unfair. A situation unfolds in a direction we did not choose. In that instant, the mind begins arguing with reality. Thoughts appear saying this should not be happening. This is wrong. This needs to change immediately. And although the situation may already be difficult, that mental argument begins creating an additional layer of pressure inside the mind. The Stoics noticed that this resistance creates a kind of inner friction. Life moves in one direction while the mind tries to pull in another. The result is tension. The body tightens, thoughts become restless, and emotions begin to escalate. Not because the moment itself is unbearable, but because the mind is fighting against what already exists. It is like trying to push against the flow of a river while standing in the water. The more energy spent resisting the current, the more exhausted the person becomes. This is why the Stoics practiced something that many people misunderstand. They practiced surrender to the present moment. But surrender in Stoic philosophy does not mean giving up or becoming passive. It means clearly recognizing what is happening right now without fighting it internally. The mind stops saying this moment must be different before I can feel calm. Instead, it quietly acknowledges this is what is happening now. That simple shift removes a surprising amount of tension from the mind. When resistance disappears, the emotional pressure around the situation begins to soften. The event is still there. The circumstances may still be difficult, but the inner battle against reality has stopped. Without that battle, the mind regains energy and clarity. Marcus Aurelius reflected on this idea often. He reminded himself that events themselves do not disturb the mind. What disturbs the mind is the refusal to accept that events are already part of the present moment. The more the mind insists that reality must change before peace can exist, the more restless it becomes. But when the mind allows the moment to be exactly as it is, something unexpected happens. The inner friction begins to dissolve. Many people believe that calm will only arrive once life becomes easier, once problems disappear, once everything finally goes according to plan. But the Stoics saw that waiting for perfect circumstances means waiting forever. Life will always include uncertainty, discomfort, and unexpected turns. If peace depends on controlling those things, the mind will remain in constant struggle. Instead, the Stoic approach was to shift the relationship with the present moment. Rather than resisting life as it unfolds, the mind practices cooperation with reality. This does not mean liking every situation. It simply means acknowledging what exists before deciding how to respond to it. The mind becomes flexible instead of rigid. This flexibility creates emotional strength. When something uncomfortable happens, the mind no longer wastes energy arguing with the moment. It accepts the situation first, which allows attention to focus on what can actually be done next. The mind becomes calmer because it is not trapped in an impossible fight against reality. Another benefit begins to appear as this habit grows stronger. Situations that once felt overwhelming start to feel more manageable, not because they are easier, but because the mind is no longer multiplying their difficulty with resistance. What once felt like a storm becomes something the mind can stand within without being swept away. This practice also changes the way the body responds to stress. When resistance fades, breathing becomes deeper. Muscles begin to relax. The nervous system slowly settles because it no longer receives signals that something must be urgently fought or escaped. The mind and body begin working together instead of pushing against each other. Over time, surrender becomes a quiet form of strength. The mind learns that accepting the present moment does not weaken it. It actually stabilizes it. The energy that was once spent resisting reality becomes available for awareness, patience, and thoughtful action. The Stoics understood that life is constantly moving forward. Moments appear and disappear, whether the mind approves of them or not. Fighting every moment only creates exhaustion. But when the mind learns to move with life instead of against it, emotional resistance fades. And as that resistance fades, something remarkable begins to take its place. A quiet sense of ease. Not because life has stopped presenting challenges, but because the mind has stopped turning every challenge into an internal battle. The present moment becomes lighter when the mind allows it to exist without pushing against it. This is the Stoic way of ending emotional resistance, not through force, not through suppression, but through the simple realization that peace begins the moment the mind stops fighting the reality that is already here. And as the mind slowly learns to stop resisting the present moment, another quiet truth begins to appear. A truth that explains why so much stress feels so heavy even when nothing terrible is happening right now. Because once the struggle against the present softens, the mind starts noticing where most of its tension was actually coming from all along. Not from the moment that is unfolding, but from moments that have not even arrived yet. There is a strange habit the human mind has developed over time. Instead of staying with what is happening now, it constantly travels forward into the future. It imagines what might happen tomorrow, next week, or years from now. Sometimes this ability helps with planning and preparation. But very often the mind does something different. It begins creating possibilities that feel real even though they have not happened. A conversation that has not taken place yet becomes a source of worry. A problem that might appear in the future becomes a heavy weight carried today. A situation that may never happen at all begins producing real tension inside the body. The mind builds entire emotional reactions to events that exist only in imagination. The Stoics noticed this pattern long ago. They understood that anxiety is often not caused by the present moment. It is caused by the mind rehearsing possible futures again and again. The body reacts to these imagined scenarios as if they were real threats happening right now. The heart beats faster, breathing becomes shallow, muscles tighten. All of this occurs even though the moment itself may be completely safe. This is why the Stoics practiced bringing attention back to the present whenever the mind wandered too far into the unknown future. They recognized that the mind tends to exaggerate possibilities when it tries to predict what has not yet happened. A small concern can quickly grow into a large story inside the imagination. A simple example reveals how easily this happens. Someone sends a message that does not receive a reply for several hours. The mind immediately begins constructing explanations. Perhaps something is wrong. Perhaps the relationship is changing. Perhaps a mistake was made earlier. Each thought adds new emotional weight to the situation, yet in reality, nothing has happened. The mind is reacting to possibilities rather than facts. Another situation may involve work or personal goals. The mind begins asking questions about whether success will happen, whether failure will appear, or whether circumstances will become difficult. These questions multiply quickly. Soon the mind is carrying emotional stress about outcomes that may never occur. The Stoics believed that this habit drains enormous energy from the mind. It forces the person to experience problems many times before they even exist. And when the future finally arrives, it often looks very different from the imagined version that created so much stress. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself frequently that the future is uncertain and therefore not worth fearing in advance. Whatever happens can only be faced when it actually arrives. Until then, the mind gains nothing from rehearsing distress about events that remain unknown. Returning attention to the present moment changes this pattern. Instead of allowing the mind to wander endlessly through imagined possibilities, awareness returns to what is actually happening right now. The breath moving through the body, the room around you, the simple reality of this moment. Something calming begins to happen when attention stays here. The body relaxes because it is no longer reacting to imagined threats. The mind becomes quieter because it is no longer constructing endless scenarios about what might happen. This does not mean the future should be ignored completely. Planning and preparation still have their place. But the Stoics understood that planning should happen calmly and briefly, not through endless worrying. Once a reasonable plan is made, attention returns to the present where life is actually unfolding. Another important shift occurs when the mind releases its obsession with imagined futures. Problems become easier to face when they arrive. Instead of exhausting emotional energy worrying in advance, the mind meets situations with fresh clarity and strength when they actually appear. The present moment contains far fewer problems than the mind often believes. Most of the time, the moment itself is manageable. The stress appears when the mind begins carrying the weight of tomorrow, next month, or next year all at once. By gently returning attention to the present, that unnecessary weight begins to fall away. The mind stops trying to solve problems that do not yet exist. Energy returns to awareness instead of being lost inside imagination. Over time, this practice builds a quiet form of confidence. The mind begins trusting its ability to respond to life when events truly happen. It no longer feels the need to prepare emotionally for every possible future. And slowly, the inner world becomes lighter, not because uncertainty disappears, but because the mind stops turning uncertainty into constant tension. This was the Stoic observation that changed the way they experienced life. Most stress does not come from the present moment. It comes from imagined futures that the mind has mistaken for reality. And when attention gently returns to what is actually here, the weight of those imagined futures begins to fade. And once the mind begins to see how often stress is created by imagined futures, another realization quietly begins to settle in. Because if anxiety grows from constantly traveling forward into moments that do not yet exist, then the mind must learn where stability truly lives. The Stoics discovered that emotional balance does not come from controlling tomorrow. It comes from returning again and again to the only place life is actually happening, this moment. There is something unusual about the way the mind experiences time. The body always lives in the present, but the mind rarely stays there for long. It travels backward into memories of the past, or forward into worries about the future. While the body sits safely in the current moment, the mind may be replaying an old mistake or imagining a problem that has not yet arrived. This movement creates emotional overload because the mind begins carrying multiple timelines at once. The Stoics noticed that the mind often suffers not from the present moment, but from the weight of everything it is thinking about at the same time. Memories of the past add regret. Imagined futures add anxiety. Expectations add pressure. All of these mental movements pile on top of the present moment until the mind feels overwhelmed. Yet when attention returns to what is actually happening right now, much of that weight disappears. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself frequently that the present moment is small and manageable when it is experienced by itself. He often reflected that the past no longer exists and the future has not yet arrived. Only the present moment can be lived, acted upon, and understood. When the mind focuses only on this small piece of time, life becomes simpler. Grounding attention in the present begins with noticing what is already here, the feeling of breath moving in and out of the body, the quiet rhythm of the heartbeat, the sounds in the surrounding environment. These simple sensations anchor awareness in reality rather than imagination. The mind begins to reconnect with the world as it is, rather than the stories it was creating. Something calming begins to happen when attention stays here for a while. The body starts to relax because it is no longer responding to imagined pressures. The nervous system begins to slow down. Thoughts that were racing through the mind start losing momentum because attention is no longer feeding them. Emotional overload fades when the mind stops carrying everything at once. Instead of worrying about what might happen tomorrow, the mind simply handles what exists right now. Instead of replaying past events, the mind returns to what can actually be experienced in the present moment. This shift may seem simple, but its effect is powerful. Many problems that feel overwhelming exist only because the mind is trying to process too much time at once. The moment the mind narrows its focus to what is happening now, the situation often becomes manageable again. For example, a difficult task may feel impossible when the mind thinks about every step that must happen in the future. But when attention returns to the present, the task becomes one small action at a time, one step, one breath, one moment of effort. Suddenly, the situation no longer feels overwhelming because the mind is no longer carrying the entire future at once. The Stoics practiced this kind of awareness during challenging moments. When emotions began to intensify, they would remind themselves that the present moment itself was rarely unbearable. What created distress was the mind's habit of expanding the situation into a much larger mental story. By returning attention to the present, the mind cuts through that story. The only thing that needs to be handled is what exists right now. Everything else can wait until it actually arrives. This practice also helps the mind respond more wisely to life. When attention is lost in past memories or imagined futures, decisions are often made from fear or regret. But when awareness remains in the present moment, perception becomes clearer. The mind sees situations more accurately because it is not distracted by thoughts that do not belong to this moment. Over time, the present moment begins to feel like a place of refuge. No matter how chaotic the world becomes, attention can always return to this small space of awareness. The breath is here. The body is here. Life is unfolding here. The Stoics understood that peace does not require controlling everything that may happen in the future. Peace grows from learning to live fully within the moment that already exists. When attention rests here, emotional overload gradually dissolves because the mind is no longer trying to carry the entire weight of time. And as this practice deepens, something gentle begins to appear inside the mind. A sense of steadiness. The understanding that life is always lived one moment at a time. When the mind stops leaving the present in search of certainty elsewhere, it discovers that the moment it already has is often far lighter than the one it was imagining. And as the mind continues learning how to return to the present moment, another important realization slowly begins to take shape. Because even when attention stays in the present, thoughts will still appear. The mind does not suddenly become silent just because awareness has grown stronger. Thoughts continue to rise, one after another, sometimes helpful, sometimes distracting, and sometimes unsettling. But the Stoics discovered something that changes the way these thoughts are experienced. A thought appearing in the mind does not automatically deserve obedience. Most people grow up believing that every thought must be taken seriously. When a thought appears, it often feels like a command that demands attention or action. If the mind says something might go wrong, the body immediately prepares for danger. If a thought criticizes a mistake, the mind begins replaying that moment again and again. The thought feels powerful because it arrives so quickly and with such confidence that it seems impossible to question. But the Stoics carefully studied the nature of thoughts. They noticed that the mind produces a constant stream of impressions, and not all of them are accurate or useful. Some thoughts are simply echoes of past experiences. Others are products of imagination or fear. Some are automatic habits that appear without any conscious decision. When these thoughts are accepted without examination, they begin directing emotions and behavior. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the mind has the ability to pause before agreeing with a thought. He believed that thoughts are like visitors knocking on the door of awareness. They can be noticed and examined, but they do not have to be invited inside immediately. This simple pause creates distance between the appearance of a thought and the response to it. When this distance appears, something surprising becomes clear. Many thoughts lose their urgency when they are observed calmly. A fearful thought may appear saying something terrible will happen. Instead of reacting instantly, the mind can step back and look at the thought carefully. It can ask whether the thought is based on facts or simply on worry. Often the thought fades once it is examined with patience rather than believed automatically. The Stoics believed that emotional stability grows from this ability to question impressions. Without this awareness, the mind becomes controlled by whatever thought appears first. A negative thought can easily create a spiral of worry. A critical thought can create unnecessary self-doubt. But when the mind understands that thoughts are not commands, It regains the freedom to decide which ones deserve attention. This practice also reveals how quickly thoughts change. One moment the mind may believe something strongly, and a short time later, a completely different idea appears. If every thought were a command, the mind would constantly be pulled in different directions. Recognizing that thoughts are temporary mental events allows awareness to remain steady even while the stream of thinking continues. Another benefit appears when the mind stops obeying every thought automatically. Emotions become easier to regulate. A moment of anger may begin with a thought that someone has acted unfairly. But when the mind pauses and examines the thought, it may realize that the situation has more than one possible explanation. The emotional reaction softens because the thought was not immediately accepted as truth. The Stoics practiced this discipline throughout their daily lives. When a disturbing thought appeared, they did not rush to believe it. They observed it carefully, sometimes even questioning it directly. Is this thought useful? Is it accurate? Does it help maintain inner balance? If the answer was no, the thought was allowed to pass without further attention. This does not mean ignoring thoughts completely. Some thoughts carry valuable information and deserve careful reflection. But the key difference is that the mind becomes selective rather than obedient. Thoughts become suggestions rather than orders. Over time, this awareness creates a strong sense of inner freedom. The mind no longer feels trapped by every idea that appears. It gains the ability to watch thoughts calmly and decide which ones are worth following. Emotional reactions become less intense because the mind is no longer reacting automatically to every mental impulse. The Stoics understood that the human mind produces thousands of thoughts each day. Many of them arise from habit rather than intention. When these thoughts are treated as commands, life becomes exhausting because the mind is constantly reacting to its own internal noise. But when thoughts are seen for what they are, temporary mental events, the mind becomes lighter. With practice, awareness grows stronger than the stream of thinking. Thoughts continue to appear, but they no longer dominate the inner world. The mind remains steady because it understands that a thought is simply a thought. It is not an order that must be followed. And as this understanding deepens, something important begins to settle within the mind. A quiet confidence. The realization that the mind can observe its own thoughts without being controlled by them. This is one of the insights the Stoics valued most, because it restores the freedom to choose how to respond rather than being pushed around by every idea that happens to pass through awareness. And as the mind begins to understand that thoughts are not commands, another quiet freedom slowly begins to appear. Because once the mind stops obeying every thought, it also begins to notice something else it has been doing for years without realizing it. The constant attempt to solve every feeling that appears. The moment an emotion rises, the mind immediately begins working on it. It searches for explanations. It tries to analyze why the feeling is there. It tries to fix it, control it, or remove it as quickly as possible. But the Stoics discovered something that many people overlook. Not every feeling needs to be solved. There is a quiet habit that forms inside the human mind over time. When discomfort appears, the mind treats it like a problem that must be understood immediately. If sadness appears, the mind begins asking what caused it. If frustration rises, the mind starts replaying events to find the exact reason for the emotion. If anxiety appears, the mind begins searching for solutions to eliminate it. This constant analysis may seem helpful, but very often it keeps the emotion alive longer than necessary. The Stoics noticed that emotions often behave differently when they are left alone. Many feelings rise naturally and fade naturally when they are not constantly examined. But when the mind begins analyzing the emotion, it keeps returning to the feeling again and again. Each new thought about the emotion adds more attention to it, and attention is what allows many emotions to continue growing. Imagine touching a small bruise repeatedly throughout the day. The bruise would remain sensitive because it is constantly being disturbed. But if it were left alone, the body would quietly begin healing it on its own. Emotions behave in a very similar way. When the mind repeatedly touches the feeling through analysis and rumination, the emotional experience remains active. The Stoics practiced a different discipline. Instead of trying to understand every emotional wave, they sometimes allowed the feeling to exist without searching for an explanation. They understood that the mind does not always need to solve what it experiences. Some emotions are simply temporary responses of the body and mind adjusting to life's constant movement. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the mind can make situations heavier by thinking about them too much. A simple moment of discomfort can grow into a larger burden when the mind continues analyzing it. But when attention moves gently away from the emotion, the feeling often fades by itself. This does not mean ignoring emotions completely. The Stoics valued awareness and reflection when it was truly useful, but they also recognized the difference between thoughtful reflection and endless mental investigation. Reflection can lead to understanding, while constant analysis often leads to deeper emotional entanglement. There are many moments when the mind does not need to intervene. A feeling may appear because the body is tired. Another emotion may arise simply because the day has been long or overwhelming. In these cases, the emotion is not a puzzle that needs solving. It is simply a temporary state that will pass once the body and mind regain balance. Learning this discipline allows the mind to relax its constant need to control every inner experience. When an emotion appears, the mind can acknowledge it quietly without immediately turning it into a mental project. The feeling is allowed to exist while attention continues moving through the present moment. Over time, this practice creates a surprising effect. Many emotions begin to fade much faster than expected. Without constant analysis feeding them, they lose the energy that keeps them active. The mind becomes lighter because it is no longer trapped in endless emotional problem-solving. Another benefit slowly appears as this habit grows stronger. The mind becomes more patient with itself. Instead of treating emotions as problems that must be fixed immediately, the mind allows them to move through their natural rhythm. This patience reduces internal pressure and creates a calmer relationship with feelings. The Stoics understood that the human mind cannot control every emotion that arises. Feelings will appear as part of being alive, but the mind can choose whether it will amplify those emotions through endless thinking or allow them to pass quietly through awareness. When the discipline of not solving every feeling becomes stronger, emotional life becomes simpler. The mind spends less time trapped inside internal analysis. Attention returns to the present moment where life is actually unfolding. Feelings still appear, but they are no longer treated as emergencies that demand immediate explanation. And gradually, the mind discovers something deeply calming. Many emotions disappear on their own when they are allowed to exist without interference. The inner world becomes quieter, not because feelings have vanished, but because the mind has finally stopped chasing every emotional wave that passes through it. And as the mind begins to release its habit of solving every feeling that appears, another quiet shift starts to unfold. Because when the mind stops interfering with every emotion, it also begins to notice something deeper about the nature of peace itself. Many people believe calm must be forced. They believe the mind must be controlled, disciplined, and pushed into silence through effort. But the Stoics discovered something very different. The mind does not become peaceful through force. Peace returns when mental interference is gradually reduced. There is a hidden effort constantly happening inside the mind. Thoughts appear, and the mind immediately begins working on them. It tries to organize them, question them, resist them, or solve them. Even when the mind wants to relax, it often continues this activity without realizing it. The result is a constant background noise that never fully stops. The mind becomes like a busy marketplace where voices are always speaking at the same time. The Stoics noticed that this mental noise is often created by the mind itself. It is not always caused by the outside world. Many thoughts arise simply because the mind is accustomed to staying active. It searches for problems to analyze, memories to revisit, or possibilities to imagine. In doing so, it unknowingly prevents itself from resting. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the mind becomes disturbed not by events, but by the judgments and commentary that follow them. When that commentary quiets down, the mind naturally returns to a calmer state. The Stoics believed that peace already exists beneath the surface of the mind, but it becomes hidden when thinking becomes excessive. This understanding changes the way calm is approached. Instead of trying to silence every thought, the Stoic approach gently reduces the amount of interference the mind adds to its own experience. Thoughts may still appear, but the mind stops chasing them, correcting them, or arguing with them. Awareness remains steady while thinking moves in the background. When the mind stops feeding every thought with attention, something interesting begins to happen. Thoughts lose their momentum. Just as a fire slowly fades when no more wood is added, the stream of thinking begins to quiet down when it is no longer constantly fueled by reaction and analysis. At first, this quietness may appear only for brief moments, a few seconds of stillness between thoughts, a small pause where nothing needs to be solved or understood. But those moments begin to grow longer as the mind becomes comfortable resting in simple awareness. The Stoics valued these moments because they restore balance to the inner world. When the mind is constantly active, the nervous system remains alert and tense. The body reacts as if it must keep solving problems without rest. But when mental interference softens, the body begins to relax. Breathing slows, muscles release tension. The entire system begins returning to a more natural rhythm. Another important change begins to occur as the mind grows quieter. Perception becomes clearer. When the mind is full of noise, it becomes difficult to see situations accurately. Thoughts crowd the moment with interpretations and judgments. But when mental interference is reduced, awareness can observe reality more directly. This clarity allows the mind to respond more wisely to life. Instead of reacting impulsively, the mind pauses naturally. There is space to consider what truly matters and what can simply pass by without attention. The Stoics believed that much of human suffering comes from unnecessary thinking. The mind repeats situations long after they have ended. It argues with imagined futures. It tries to control every detail of life through thought. But this constant activity does not create peace. It creates exhaustion. Learning to reduce mental interference does not require special techniques or complicated effort. It begins with simple observation. Thoughts arise, and the mind notices them without following them. Emotions appear, and the mind acknowledges them without adding commentary. Gradually, the inner noise begins to soften because it is no longer being constantly reinforced. Over time, the mind begins to trust this quiet space. It no longer feels the need to fill every moment with thought. Silence inside the mind becomes comfortable rather than unfamiliar. This quietness is not emptiness, it is clarity. It is the natural state that appears when the mind stops trying to control every experience. The Stoics believed this state allowed wisdom to grow because the mind was no longer distracted by endless mental activity. And slowly, as interference fades, the mind begins to rediscover something it had forgotten. A deep and steady calm that was always present beneath the noise. Peace does not need to be created. It returns on its own when the mind stops interrupting its natural stillness. And as the mind begins to grow quieter, something even deeper starts to reveal itself. Because when the constant mental noise softens, the mind can finally observe emotions with greater clarity. Feelings still appear just as they always have. Anger may rise suddenly. Sadness may move quietly through the chest. Anxiety may tighten the breath. But now, the mind begins to notice something important that was previously hidden. These feelings appear, stay for a moment, and then eventually fade. They move through awareness like passing visitors rather than permanent residents. Yet for most people, emotions quickly become something much heavier. The mind does not simply experience the feeling, it claims ownership of it. A moment of sadness turns into the belief that I am a sad person. A wave of anger becomes I am an angry person. Anxiety becomes I am someone who is always anxious. The emotion stops being a temporary experience and slowly becomes part of identity. The Stoics noticed how powerful this habit of emotional ownership can be. When the mind fuses identity with a feeling, the emotion becomes more difficult to release. The mind begins protecting it, feeding it, and reinforcing it through constant thought. Instead of allowing the emotion to pass naturally, the mind holds onto it as if it represents something permanent about who a person is. But the Stoic philosophers practiced a different perspective. They trained themselves to see emotions as passing experiences rather than personal definitions. A feeling may appear inside the mind, but that does not mean it belongs to the core of the person experiencing it. The feeling is simply something happening within awareness for a short period of time. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that emotions are impressions that arise in response to events. They do not define the nature of the individual unless the mind chooses to attach to them. When the mind treats emotions as temporary impressions rather than permanent identity, their intensity begins to soften. This shift may sound subtle, but it changes the entire relationship with feelings. When sadness appears, the mind no longer says, "This is who I am." Instead, it recognizes, "This is a feeling moving through the mind." That small difference creates space between awareness and the emotion itself. Within that space, the mind remains stable even while the emotion is present. The person experiences the feeling fully, but it does not take control of identity. The mind observes the emotion the same way it observes a passing thought or a temporary sensation in the body. This practice also reduces the fear that many people feel toward difficult emotions. When feelings are believed to define identity, they become threatening. Anger feels dangerous because it seems to reveal something negative about the self. Anxiety feels overwhelming because it appears to expose weakness. But when emotions are seen as passing experiences, that fear begins to dissolve. The mind understands that emotions are part of the human condition. They appear in response to situations, thoughts, and memories, but they do not represent permanent truths about who a person is. They are simply movements within the inner world. Another benefit appears as this understanding deepens. The mind becomes more compassionate toward itself. Instead of judging every emotion that appears, the mind accepts that feelings are natural responses that arise and fade. There is no need to criticize oneself for experiencing sadness or frustration. The feeling can be acknowledged without turning it into a permanent label. Over time, this practice allows emotions to move through the mind more freely. When the mind stops claiming ownership of every feeling, emotions lose much of the weight that once held them in place. They rise, exist for a moment, and then gradually dissolve without leaving a lasting imprint on identity. The Stoics believed that inner stability grows when the mind recognizes the difference between what is temporary and what is essential. Emotions are temporary. They are waves moving across the surface of awareness, but the deeper awareness observing those waves remains steady beneath them. This understanding creates a quiet form of freedom. The mind no longer becomes trapped inside every emotional experience. Feelings are allowed to pass through awareness without turning into permanent stories about the self. And slowly, the inner world begins to feel lighter. Emotions still come and go, but they no longer define who a person is. They become part of the movement of life itself, appearing briefly and then fading again. The mind remains steady because it has learned that feelings belong to the moment, not to the identity of the person experiencing them. And as the mind slowly learns to stop claiming ownership over every feeling, another gentle understanding begins to unfold. Because once emotions are seen as passing experiences rather than permanent parts of identity, the mind starts noticing something else about the nature of emotional storms. They do not last forever. No matter how intense a feeling may appear in the moment, it slowly changes, softens, and fades with time. The Stoics observed this carefully, and from that observation they developed a quiet trust in something very simple. Time itself has a natural ability to heal much of the turmoil the mind experiences. Most people struggle against emotional pain because they believe it must be removed immediately. The moment sadness appears, the mind searches for a way to erase it. When anger rises, the mind tries to push it down or solve it instantly. Anxiety creates the urge to control every detail of the future so the feeling will disappear. But this urgency often creates even more pressure inside the mind. The person becomes frustrated not only with the emotion itself, but also with the fact that it has not disappeared quickly enough. The Stoics noticed that many emotional storms become stronger when they are forced. The mind begins wrestling with the feeling, trying to eliminate it as quickly as possible. But emotions rarely respond well to force. In many cases, the attempt to remove the feeling only keeps it alive longer. The mind continues thinking about the emotion, questioning it, analyzing it, and resisting it. Each of these actions feeds the emotional experience with more attention. Instead of forcing emotions to disappear, the Stoics practiced patience with their inner world. They recognized that many emotional reactions naturally weaken as time passes. A painful moment may feel overwhelming today, but a week later it becomes less intense. After several months, it may only remain as a distant memory. Eventually, the emotional charge fades almost completely. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that human beings have the remarkable ability to adapt to almost any situation with time. The mind slowly reorganizes itself around new experiences. What once felt impossible to bear gradually becomes manageable, and what once seemed like a permanent wound eventually turns into a story that no longer carries the same emotional weight. This quiet healing process happens naturally when the mind stops interfering with it. Just as a physical wound requires time to close and repair itself, emotional wounds also follow their own rhythm. The body and mind are designed to process emotional experiences gradually. When the mind constantly reopens the wound through endless thinking and resistance, the healing process slows down. But when the mind allows time to do its work, emotions move through their natural stages. The intensity slowly decreases. The nervous system begins to settle. The mind starts seeing the situation from a wider perspective. What once felt overwhelming begins to feel like only one chapter within a much larger story of life. This is why the Stoics trusted time so deeply. They understood that emotional storms are rarely permanent conditions. They are temporary waves moving through the mind. Even the strongest feelings eventually lose their force when they are not constantly fed by resistance and rumination. Another benefit of trusting time is that it removes the pressure to fix everything immediately. Many emotional struggles become heavier because the mind demands instant relief. When that relief does not appear quickly, frustration grows. But when the mind accepts that some feelings simply need time to pass, the emotional pressure softens. The person no longer fights against the natural pace of healing. Patience becomes an important part of emotional stability. The mind learns that it does not need to rush every inner process. Feelings can be experienced fully without the fear that they will remain forever. Time slowly reshapes the emotional landscape, allowing even painful experiences to settle into the background of awareness. Over time, this trust creates a deeper sense of resilience. When difficult emotions appear, the mind remembers that it has experienced similar storms before. Those storms once felt overwhelming, yet they eventually faded. This memory of past healing gives the mind confidence that the present difficulty will also soften with time. The Stoics believe that life constantly moves forward, carrying every experience with it. Moments of turmoil are part of that movement, but they are not the final destination. As time continues flowing, emotions change shape and intensity. What once felt like chaos gradually becomes quiet again. And as the mind learns to trust this natural process, it becomes less afraid of emotional storms. Feelings can rise without causing panic because the mind understands they are temporary. The inner world grows calmer, not because emotions have disappeared, but because the mind now knows that time quietly dissolves most turmoil without force. And as the mind begins to trust time to soften emotional storms, another quiet realization begins to settle into awareness. Because even while time works gently in the background, there is still one habit that can easily disturb the inner world. A habit so common that many people do not even notice it happening. The mind constantly argues with reality. It silently insists that things should be different from the way they are. It replays situations again and again, asking why events happened the way they did. And through this argument, the mind slowly exhausts itself. There is a moment in nearly every difficult situation where the mind begins resisting what has already happened. Something changes unexpectedly. Plans fall apart. Someone behaves unfairly. The moment arrives exactly as it is, yet the mind immediately begins saying that this moment should not exist. Thoughts appear insisting that life must correct itself before peace can return. But the Stoics observed something very simple and powerful. Reality does not negotiate with the mind's preferences. Events unfold according to circumstances, actions, and countless factors beyond personal control. When the mind refuses to accept this, it begins fighting against something that cannot be changed in that moment. This fight creates enormous internal tension. The situation may already be uncomfortable, but the mental argument multiplies the discomfort. The mind repeats the story again and again, hoping that thinking harder will somehow change what has already happened. But reality remains exactly the same, while the mind grows more tired. The Stoics believe that much of human suffering comes from this habit of arguing with reality. Instead of facing the moment as it is, the mind tries to replace it with the moment it wishes had occurred. It imagines different outcomes. It revisits the past and searches for ways the situation should have unfolded differently. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that life becomes lighter when the mind stops resisting what already exists. He believed that the mind has the ability to cooperate with reality instead of fighting against it. When the mind accepts the moment exactly as it is, the internal conflict begins to dissolve. Acceptance in Stoic philosophy does not mean approving of everything that happens. It does not mean liking every circumstance or becoming passive in the face of difficulty. Instead, it means recognizing the present moment clearly before deciding what action is possible. The mind stops pretending the moment is different and begins working with the reality that actually exists. This shift removes a great deal of emotional pressure. When the mind no longer argues with the present moment, it regains the energy that was previously spent resisting it. Attention becomes clearer because it is no longer trapped in endless mental debates about what should have happened. For example, when something unexpected disrupts a plan, the mind may immediately react with frustration. Thoughts appear saying the situation is unfair or unacceptable. But the Stoics practiced pausing at that moment. Instead of arguing with reality, they acknowledged that the event had already occurred. Once that acceptance was made, the mind could calmly consider what steps were possible next. This discipline transforms the way challenges are experienced. Instead of being overwhelmed by emotional resistance, the mind becomes focused and steady. Problems become easier to navigate because the mind is no longer wasting energy wishing the situation were different. Another benefit appears when the mind stops arguing with reality. Emotional recovery becomes faster. When a difficult event occurs, the mind accepts it sooner and begins adapting to the new circumstances. The emotional storm loses its strength because the mind is not constantly fueling it with resistance. The Stoics understood that life is constantly changing in ways that cannot be fully predicted or controlled. Trying to force reality into a perfect shape only creates frustration. But when the mind learns to move with the flow of events rather than against them, emotional balance becomes easier to maintain. This practice also creates a sense of inner strength. The mind becomes less fragile because it no longer expects life to unfold perfectly. Instead, it develops the ability to remain steady regardless of what appears. Acceptance becomes a foundation that allows the mind to stand firmly even when circumstances shift. Over time, the mind discovers something deeply calming. The present moment becomes lighter when it is not constantly being resisted. Situations still occur, some pleasant and some difficult, but the mind meets them with clarity rather than conflict. The Stoics believed this discipline was essential for emotional freedom. When the mind stops arguing with reality, it stops creating unnecessary suffering. The moment is accepted as it is, and from that acceptance, a quiet strength begins to grow. The inner world becomes steadier because the mind has finally learned that peace often begins the moment resistance ends. And as the mind begins learning to stop arguing with reality, another quiet ability slowly begins to grow within. Because once resistance fades, the mind becomes calmer. And inside that calm, something new appears. Space. Not physical space, but inner space. A subtle distance between what happens and how the mind reacts to it. The Stoics understood that emotional stability often depends on this inner spaciousness. Without it, every event presses directly against the mind, triggering immediate reactions. But when space exists inside awareness, emotions no longer invade the inner world with the same force. Many people experience life as if every event is happening directly inside them. A harsh comment from someone immediately becomes personal pain. A small mistake turns into heavy self-criticism. A sudden problem triggers instant anxiety. The reaction happens so quickly that it feels automatic, as if the emotion and the person experiencing it are the same thing. But the Stoics practiced something different. They trained the mind to create distance between the self and the emotional reaction. Instead of merging with every feeling, they learned to observe it from a slightly wider perspective. The emotion was still noticed, but it no longer defined the entire experience. This inner spaciousness begins with awareness. When a strong reaction appears, the mind pauses for a brief moment. Instead of immediately becoming the emotion, the mind notices it. A wave of frustration appears. The body may feel the heat of it, but the mind quietly observes the reaction rather than becoming completely absorbed by it. That small pause creates distance. The emotion is still present, but it is no longer the center of identity. The person becomes the observer of the feeling rather than the feeling itself. Marcus Aurelius practiced this awareness constantly. When emotions arose, he reminded himself that reactions are simply movements within the mind. They are impressions, not commands. By observing them calmly, he allowed the mind to remain stable even while emotions passed through. This practice creates a sense of psychological space inside the mind. Emotions are experienced, but they no longer fill the entire inner world. They occupy only a small part of awareness, while the rest of the mind remains calm and steady. Imagine standing in a room filled with echoes. If the room is small, the echoes feel loud and overwhelming. But if the room is wide and spacious, the echoes fade quickly into the distance. The same thing happens inside the mind. When awareness becomes spacious, emotional reactions lose their intensity because they no longer fill the entire space of attention. Another benefit appears when the mind creates this inner distance. Reactions slow down. Instead of responding immediately with anger, frustration, or fear, the mind begins observing the situation more carefully. The pause between the event and the response becomes longer. Inside that pause, wisdom has time to appear. The Stoics believed that this pause was the birthplace of self-control. Without inner spaciousness, reactions happen automatically. Words are spoken quickly, decisions are made impulsively, and emotions control behavior. But when psychological distance exists, the mind gains the freedom to choose its response. This freedom creates emotional strength. Situations that once triggered strong reactions begin to feel less overwhelming. The mind observes the event, observes the emotion, and then calmly decides what action is truly necessary. Inner spaciousness also allows emotions to move through awareness more gently. When the mind is tightly focused on the emotion, it feels intense and overwhelming. But when awareness becomes wider, the emotion becomes only one small movement within a larger field of experience. Over time, this practice transforms the relationship with emotional reactions. Feelings are still experienced, but they no longer dominate the entire inner world. The mind remains steady because it recognizes that emotions are temporary events moving through awareness. The Stoics valued this inner spaciousness because it protected the mind from being overwhelmed by every external situation. Life continued to present challenges, disagreements, and unexpected problems. But the mind remained balanced because it had created room inside itself. This spacious awareness allows the mind to remain calm even when emotions appear. Instead of being swept away by every reaction, the mind stands slightly back from the experience. It watches, understands, and responds with clarity. And gradually, something powerful begins to develop within the inner world. A sense of stability that does not depend on the absence of emotion. Feelings can come and go, but they no longer control the entire mind, because the space between the self and the reaction has become wide enough to hold them without being disturbed. And as the mind begins to create this inner spaciousness, another quiet strength slowly begins to develop. Because once there is space between awareness and emotional reaction, the mind no longer feels the same urgency to immediately express every feeling that appears. For many people, emotions seem to demand instant action. Anger pushes the body to react quickly. Frustration urges words to escape the mouth before the mind has fully understood the situation. Anxiety creates a restless need to do something, anything, just to escape the feeling. But the Stoics discovered that emotional pressure can dissolve even without immediate expression. Many people believe that emotions must be released through action in order to disappear. If anger appears, they believe it must be expressed loudly or physically so the pressure will leave the body. If frustration rises, they feel the need to argue or react quickly. This belief makes emotions feel urgent and powerful. The mind becomes convinced that the only way to relieve the tension is by reacting immediately. But the Stoics observed something different about emotional pressure. They noticed that feelings often lose their intensity when they are simply experienced without being acted upon. The emotion rises, the body feels it fully, but the mind does not rush to convert that feeling into behavior. The emotional energy is allowed to move through awareness without becoming an impulsive reaction. This discipline requires patience. When anger appears, the body may feel heat, tension, and a strong urge to respond. The Stoics practiced noticing these sensations without immediately turning them into words or actions. They allowed the emotion to be felt deeply while remaining still within themselves. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the power of restraint in moments of emotional intensity. He believed that reacting impulsively often makes situations worse rather than better. When the mind pauses, the emotional wave begins to weaken. What once felt like unbearable pressure gradually softens when it is not immediately expressed. This practice reveals something surprising about emotions. Much of the pressure people feel comes from the urgency to act. The mind believes that relief can only come through expression. But when the mind learns to sit with the emotion calmly, the pressure slowly fades on its own. The feeling still moves through the body. The heartbeat may be stronger for a moment, the breath may feel tight, but without immediate reaction, the emotional energy has space to settle. The nervous system gradually returns to balance as the emotion completes its natural cycle. Another benefit appears when the mind learns this discipline. Clarity begins to replace impulsiveness. When emotions are expressed instantly, words are often spoken that cannot be taken back. Reactions are driven by the intensity of the moment rather than by thoughtful awareness. But when the mind waits, the emotional wave often passes before action becomes necessary. In that calm space, the mind can choose a wiser response. The person may still address the situation, But the reaction is no longer controlled by emotional pressure. Instead of speaking from anger, the mind speaks from understanding. Instead of reacting from fear, the mind responds from calm awareness. The Stoics believed that true strength lies in this ability to feel emotions deeply without becoming controlled by them. They did not seek to eliminate feelings. They understood that emotions are part of being human. But they also recognized that emotional intensity does not require immediate expression. Over time, this practice builds a powerful sense of self-control. The mind no longer feels trapped by emotional impulses. It recognizes that feelings can be experienced fully without demanding action. The person gains the freedom to decide whether expression is truly necessary. This does not mean emotions are ignored or suppressed. The Stoics valued honest awareness of inner experience. Feelings are acknowledged and allowed to exist. The difference is that the mind no longer rushes to release them through impulsive behavior. With patience, emotional pressure naturally decreases. The body settles, the mind regains clarity, and the moment becomes easier to understand. What once felt like an overwhelming urge becomes a manageable experience. And slowly, the mind learns something deeply empowering. Emotions can be felt fully without needing to control the moment. The inner world becomes steadier because reactions are no longer automatic. Feelings rise and fall within awareness while the mind remains calm enough to choose its response. And as the mind begins learning how to feel emotions without reacting impulsively, another quiet layer of understanding begins to reveal itself. Because even when emotions are allowed to rise and fall naturally, there is still something that quietly shapes how strong those emotions become. The Stoics discovered that emotions do not grow powerful on their own. They often borrow their strength from the meaning the mind assigns to events. There is a brief moment that occurs whenever something happens in life. An event appears. A person says something. A situation changes unexpectedly. In that first instant, the event itself is simply a fact. It exists without emotional weight. But almost immediately the mind begins interpreting what the event means. A small comment from someone may be interpreted as criticism. A mistake may be interpreted as failure. A delay may be interpreted as a disaster. Once the mind creates that meaning, emotions quickly follow. Anger, frustration, embarrassment, or anxiety begin rising in response to the interpretation rather than the event itself. The Stoics noticed that this process happens so quickly that most people never realize it is occurring. They believe the emotion is coming directly from the situation. But when they examined their experiences more carefully, they saw that the emotion often came from the story the mind created about the situation. Marcus Aurelius reflected on this idea often. He reminded himself that events themselves do not disturb the mind. What disturbs the mind is the opinion formed about the event. When the mind interprets something as harmful, the body reacts with stress. When the mind interprets something as insulting, anger begins to rise. But if the interpretation changes, the emotional reaction also changes. A simple example reveals how powerful this insight can be. Two people may experience the same situation. One person receives criticism and immediately feels anger and humiliation. The other person receives the same words but interprets them as useful feedback. The emotional reactions are completely different, even though the event itself is identical. The difference lies in interpretation. The Stoics trained themselves to notice this moment of interpretation before the emotional reaction became overwhelming. When something happened, they paused long enough to ask a quiet question. What meaning am I giving to this event? This question created a small space between the event and the emotion. Inside that space, the mind had the ability to reconsider the situation. Perhaps the event was not as negative as it first appeared. Perhaps the other person's actions had nothing to do with personal worth. Perhaps the situation was simply neutral but had been interpreted too quickly. When the interpretation changed, the emotional intensity also began to soften. This does not mean pretending that every situation is positive. The Stoics did not practice false optimism. Instead, they practiced careful examination of their interpretations. They understood that the mind often exaggerates events when it reacts too quickly. For example, when something unexpected happens, the mind may immediately think that everything is going wrong. But when the situation is examined calmly, it may turn out to be only a small inconvenience rather than a serious problem. By adjusting interpretation, the mind protects itself from unnecessary emotional escalation. Another benefit appears as this practice deepens. The mind becomes less reactive to other people's behavior. When someone speaks harshly, the mind no longer immediately interprets the words as a personal attack. Instead, it considers other possibilities. Perhaps the person is stressed or distracted. Perhaps the words were misunderstood. This wider perspective reduces emotional tension because the mind is no longer assuming the worst interpretation automatically. Over time, the mind develops a habit of questioning its own reactions. Instead of instantly believing the first meaning that appears, it looks more carefully at the situation. Emotional reactions become calmer because the interpretations behind them are examined rather than accepted without thought. The Stoics believed that this awareness gives the mind a powerful form of freedom. Events will continue happening in life, but the meaning assigned to those events remains within the mind's control. When the mind becomes more thoughtful about interpretation, emotional reactions naturally become more balanced. This practice does not remove emotions from life. Feelings will still appear when situations matter deeply, but the mind is no longer controlled by exaggerated interpretations. It responds with clarity rather than reacting from assumptions. And slowly, the inner world becomes steadier. Situations that once created strong emotional storms begin to feel more manageable. Because the mind has learned that emotions often borrow their power from the meaning assigned to events. When interpretation becomes calmer and more accurate, emotional intensity begins to soften as well. And as the mind begins to see how interpretation gives emotions their strength, another quiet practice naturally begins to emerge. Because once the mind understands that many emotional storms are built by the stories it tells itself, it also begins noticing how easily situations become larger and more complicated than they truly are. A small problem appears, and the mind quickly adds layers of worry, prediction, and imagination. Before long, the situation feels overwhelming. The Stoics recognized this habit very clearly, and they developed a simple but powerful discipline in response. They learned to simplify problems. When people feel overwhelmed, it is rarely because of one single moment. It is usually because the mind is holding many pieces of the situation at once. The mind thinks about the past, the future, possible outcomes, and imagined consequences all at the same time. Each of these thoughts adds weight to the situation until the mind begins to feel trapped beneath it. The Stoics practiced breaking situations down into their most basic elements. Instead of looking at the entire problem all at once, they asked themselves a simple question: what is actually happening right now? This question brings attention back to the present moment and removes many unnecessary layers of thinking. The mind stops trying to solve everything at once. Instead, it focuses on the smallest part of the situation that can be handled immediately. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to reduce events to their simplest description. When something felt overwhelming, he would strip away the emotional language and look only at the facts. A difficult conversation was simply words spoken between two people. A delay was simply extra time passing. A mistake was simply an action that did not work as intended. By reducing situations to their simplest form, the emotional intensity began to soften. The mind was no longer reacting to a complicated story filled with fear and prediction. It was responding to a small and manageable reality. This habit also prevents the mind from jumping too far into the future. When a challenge appears, the mind often begins imagining every possible consequence that might follow. It predicts failure, embarrassment, or disappointment long before any of those things have actually happened. These imagined outcomes quickly multiply the emotional pressure of the moment. The Stoics interrupted this process by returning attention to the smallest step that could be taken right now. Instead of worrying about everything that might happen later, the mind simply addressed the next action available in the present moment. A large problem becomes easier to face when it is broken into small pieces. Each piece can be handled one at a time without overwhelming the mind. The emotional storm fades because the mind is no longer trying to carry the entire situation all at once. Another important part of this practice involves separating what can be controlled from what cannot. Many problems feel overwhelming because the mind tries to control everything involved in the situation. But the Stoics believed that clarity appears when attention focuses only on what can actually be influenced. When a situation becomes complicated, the mind pauses and asks, what part of this truly belongs to my actions? Everything outside that area is allowed to exist without being carried as a burden. This separation immediately reduces emotional pressure because the mind stops worrying about things it cannot change. Over time, the habit of simplification creates a calmer way of approaching difficulties. Instead of reacting with panic or confusion, the mind naturally begins organizing the situation into smaller pieces. Each piece becomes something that can be observed and addressed without overwhelming the inner world. This practice also strengthens patience. Large problems rarely disappear instantly, but they become manageable when approached step by step. The mind learns that progress often happens slowly through small actions rather than sudden solutions. The Stoics believe that many emotional storms are created not by the size of the problem, but by the way the mind imagines it. When the mind removes unnecessary complexity, the situation often becomes far less intimidating than it first appeared. With time, this habit transforms the way challenges are experienced. Situations that once felt impossible begin to look like a series of simple steps. The mind becomes steadier because it no longer carries the entire weight of the problem all at once. And gradually, a quiet confidence begins to grow. Life will continue presenting difficult moments, but the mind has learned how to approach them with clarity. By reducing each situation to its most basic and manageable elements, the overwhelming storm becomes a path that can be walked one calm step at a time. And as the mind learns the Stoic habit of simplifying problems, another quiet realization begins to emerge. Because even when situations are reduced to their most basic elements, the mind often still carries one strong desire. It wants certainty. It wants clear answers. It wants to know exactly what will happen next and why things unfolded the way they did. When those answers do not appear quickly, the mind becomes restless. It searches endlessly for explanations. It turns the same questions over again and again, hoping that somewhere inside the thinking, a perfect answer will finally appear. But the Stoics noticed something important about this search for certainty. Many of life's questions do not have immediate answers. Some events take time to understand, some situations remain unclear for long periods, and some questions may never receive a complete explanation at all. When the mind refuses to accept this, it begins exhausting itself by demanding clarity that does not yet exist. This is where the Stoic practice of allowing unanswered questions becomes valuable. Instead of forcing the mind to resolve every uncertainty immediately, the Stoics learn to accept that some parts of life remain open for a while. The mind does not need to solve everything in order to remain calm. Uncertainty often becomes stressful because the mind treats it as a problem that must be eliminated. When something is unclear, the mind begins searching for reasons, possibilities, and outcomes. It creates many different explanations in an attempt to close the gap created by uncertainty, but the more it searches, the more complicated the situation often becomes. The Stoics understood that uncertainty is a natural part of living. Life is constantly unfolding, and not every piece of the story is visible at once. Trying to force clarity before its time only creates tension. But when the mind allows questions to remain unanswered for a while, the pressure to resolve everything begins to fade. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that many worries come from trying to understand too much too quickly. Instead of forcing answers, he practiced patience with the unfolding of events. When something remained unclear, he allowed the situation to continue moving forward without demanding immediate resolution. This patience creates emotional stability. The mind becomes comfortable resting within uncertainty rather than fighting against it. Questions may still exist, but they no longer dominate attention. Life continues moving while understanding gradually develops in its own time. Another benefit appears when the mind learns to allow unanswered questions. The imagination stops filling the empty space with unnecessary fears. When the mind demands an answer immediately, it often creates the worst possible explanations to fill the gap. A delayed response from someone may be interpreted as rejection. A quiet moment in a conversation may be interpreted as disapproval. These interpretations create emotional reactions based on assumptions rather than facts. But when the mind accepts that the answer is simply unknown for now, the emotional reaction softens. The situation is allowed to remain open without being filled with negative conclusions. The mind becomes more patient with the natural unfolding of events. This practice also strengthens trust in time. Many answers that seem hidden today become clear later through experience and reflection. Situations that once felt confusing gradually reveal their meaning as life continues moving forward. The mind does not need to solve everything immediately because understanding often grows naturally with time. The Stoics believed that wisdom includes the ability to live with uncertainty without becoming disturbed by it. Not every moment of life needs to be completely explained. Some experiences simply need to be lived before they can be understood. Over time, this discipline brings a sense of calm to the inner world. The mind no longer feels pressured to resolve every question instantly. It becomes comfortable leaving some doors open while continuing forward with awareness and patience. This does not mean abandoning curiosity or reflection. The Stoics valued thoughtful examination of life, but they also recognized that clarity often arrives when the mind stops forcing it. When the mind relaxes its demand for immediate answers, insight frequently appears on its own. And gradually, something gentle begins to develop within the mind, a quiet tolerance for uncertainty. Questions may still exist, but they no longer create emotional turmoil. The mind understands that life unfolds piece by piece, and some answers only reveal themselves with time. By allowing unanswered questions to remain open, the mind frees itself from unnecessary pressure. It learns that peace does not depend on knowing everything right now. Peace grows when the mind accepts uncertainty as a natural part of the journey. And as the mind becomes comfortable allowing unanswered questions to remain open, another hidden habit begins to reveal itself. Even when uncertainty is accepted, the mind still has a powerful tendency to create stories. A small event happens, and within seconds, the mind begins constructing a narrative around it. The situation grows larger with every thought added to it. What started as a simple moment slowly turns into a complex emotional story. This is where another Stoic technique quietly begins its work. The discipline of shrinking emotional narratives. There is a moment when something stressful happens. Perhaps someone speaks in a harsh tone. Perhaps a plan changes unexpectedly. Perhaps something important does not go as hoped. At first, the event is only a single moment in time, but the mind rarely leaves it that way. It begins adding explanations, predictions, and meanings. The mind tells itself what the situation means, why it happened, and what might happen next. Soon, the event is no longer just a moment. It becomes a full story. The mind might begin thinking that this always happens, that people never respect you, that things will continue getting worse. Each of these thoughts adds another layer to the narrative. The situation becomes larger and heavier, not because of the event itself, but because of the story the mind continues building around it. The Stoics noticed that much emotional suffering comes from these expanding narratives. The mind does not simply experience the event. It relives it repeatedly through the story it keeps telling. And every time the story is repeated, the emotional reaction grows stronger. This is why the Stoics practiced shrinking emotional narratives. Instead of allowing the mind to keep expanding the story, they returned to the simplest version of the event. They removed the extra layers that had been added by imagination and interpretation. When something stressful happened, they asked themselves a grounding question. What actually happened without the story? Often the answer was surprisingly simple. Someone spoke words, a plan changed, a delay occurred, an outcome was different than expected. When the story disappears, the emotional charge often softens as well. The mind realizes that it was reacting not only to the event, but also to the extended narrative surrounding it. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself to describe situations in plain terms. Instead of saying that something terrible had happened, he would reduce the event to its most basic description. This practice removed the dramatic language that the mind often uses to amplify stress. The mind has a natural tendency to exaggerate when it feels threatened or uncertain. It adds meaning that may not actually be present. It connects one moment to imagined future problems. Over time, the narrative becomes more powerful than the original event itself. But when the narrative is interrupted, the mind returns to clarity. Another part of this Stoic technique involves noticing when the mind begins repeating the story. Emotional narratives often replay again and again in the background of thought. The mind revisits the situation repeatedly, each time strengthening the emotional reaction. By recognizing this repetition, the mind can gently step away from the story rather than continuing to feed it. Instead of repeating the narrative, the mind returns attention to the present moment. The event has already passed. The mind no longer needs to carry it forward through continuous storytelling. This practice does not deny that events can be difficult or uncomfortable, but it prevents the mind from multiplying the difficulty through imagination. The event remains one moment rather than becoming an endless emotional story. With time, the mind becomes more skilled at noticing when narratives begin forming. It recognizes the moment when interpretation starts turning into a larger emotional story. Instead of following the story automatically, the mind pauses and reduces the situation back to its simple reality. This habit creates a quiet sense of control over inner experience. Events may still occur outside your influence, but the stories built around those events can be softened or shortened. Gradually, the emotional storms that once lasted for hours or days begin fading more quickly. The mind no longer carries heavy narratives long after the moment has passed. Stress loses much of its power because the story that once fed it is no longer being repeated. And slowly, a calmer relationship with experience begins to grow. Life still contains unexpected moments, but they no longer expand into overwhelming emotional stories. The mind learns that many difficulties remain small when they are left as simple events rather than transformed into powerful narratives. And once the mind begins learning how to interrupt emotional stories, another quiet discovery starts to appear. Because even when a narrative is shortened, something deeper often remains active beneath it. The mind has a strange habit. It takes small discomforts and slowly enlarges them. A minor inconvenience becomes a major problem. A brief moment of tension becomes a lingering distress. What begins as a simple experience somehow grows into something far heavier than it truly is. This is a pattern the Stoics observed carefully. They noticed that many moments of suffering are not created by the original event itself. Instead, suffering grows through the way the mind magnifies what it experiences. A small delay can feel unbearable when the mind starts imagining everything that might go wrong because of it. A simple mistake can feel humiliating when the mind begins repeating the event and attaching meaning to it. Even a brief, uncomfortable feeling in the body can turn into anxiety when the mind starts predicting future problems. In each of these moments, the discomfort itself is small, but the mind adds layers of thought that stretch the experience far beyond its original size. The Stoics understood that the mind does this automatically. It tries to protect itself by analyzing situations quickly. When something feels unpleasant, the mind begins scanning for possible threats or consequences. It tries to prepare for what might happen next. But this process often creates more distress than the original discomfort ever could. Instead of simply feeling the moment and allowing it to pass, the mind begins imagining worst-case outcomes. It asks questions that do not yet need answers. What if this gets worse? What if this leads to something bigger? What if this means something is wrong? Each question feeds the emotional response, making the discomfort feel larger than it truly is. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself that pain and difficulty become heavier when the mind exaggerates them. He believed that many disturbances grow because the mind keeps adding unnecessary meaning to simple events. When the mind stops exaggerating, the emotional weight often decreases naturally. One of the ways Stoics practiced calming this habit was by examining the size of the actual experience. When something felt overwhelming, they paused and asked a simple question. What exactly is happening right now? Often the answer revealed that the situation was far smaller than the mind had made it appear. A delay is simply extra time. A mistake is simply a moment that did not go as planned. A difficult conversation is simply words exchanged between two people. When the mind returns to these simple descriptions, the emotional intensity begins to soften. Another reason the mind amplifies discomfort is because it resists the feeling itself. When something feels unpleasant, the mind immediately tries to escape it. This resistance creates tension. Instead of allowing the moment to exist briefly, the mind fights against it, which keeps the discomfort active for longer. The Stoics practiced allowing small discomforts to exist without reacting strongly. They understood that many unpleasant moments pass quickly when they are not exaggerated. The body experiences the feeling, the mind observes it calmly, and soon the moment moves on. But when the mind begins analyzing and expanding the discomfort, the moment becomes prolonged. What could have lasted a few minutes turns into hours of mental tension. By noticing this habit, the mind begins learning a different response. Instead of immediately reacting to discomfort with worry or prediction, it observes the experience quietly. The moment is allowed to exist without being enlarged by imagination. Over time, this practice changes the way stress is experienced. Small inconveniences remain small. Minor discomforts pass through without turning into larger emotional storms. The mind becomes steadier because it no longer inflates every unpleasant experience into a major problem. This does not mean ignoring real challenges. Some situations do require attention and action, but the Stoics believed that clear thinking is easier when the mind does not exaggerate the situation. When the mind sees events at their true size, it responds more calmly and more wisely. Gradually, the mind develops a new habit. When discomfort appears, it pauses instead of reacting immediately. It looks at the experience without adding unnecessary meaning. The moment remains what it truly is, a small part of the larger flow of life. And with this awareness, suffering begins to lose much of the power it once had, because many emotional storms were never as large as they first appeared. They only grew through the quiet exaggeration of the mind. And as the mind begins to see how small discomforts often grow larger through exaggeration, another quiet discipline slowly becomes possible. Because once the mind stops inflating every unpleasant moment, it begins to notice something else that was always there. Emotions do not last forever. They move, they shift, they rise and fall like waves that cannot hold their shape for long. The Stoics observed this carefully and built an entire practice around it. The discipline of emotional patience. Many people believe emotions must be solved immediately. When sadness appears, the mind tries to fix it. When anxiety appears, the mind begins searching for answers. When frustration rises, the mind reacts quickly in an attempt to remove the feeling. This urgent reaction often creates even more emotional tension. The mind becomes restless because it believes every feeling must disappear right away. The Stoics discovered something very different. They noticed that emotions follow their own natural rhythm. Like weather moving across the sky, feelings pass through the mind when they are not constantly interfered with. The problem is not that emotions appear. The problem begins when the mind becomes impatient with their presence. When the mind demands that a feeling disappear immediately, it starts fighting the experience. This resistance adds another layer of tension. Instead of allowing the emotion to pass naturally, the mind traps it through constant attention and analysis. Emotional patience changes this pattern. Instead of rushing to eliminate a feeling, the mind learns to sit with it calmly. The emotion is acknowledged, but it is not treated as an emergency. The mind understands that feelings move through their own timeline, and that timeline cannot be forced. Marcus Aurelius practiced this form of patience often. When strong emotions appeared, he reminded himself that feelings are temporary movements within the mind. They rise, they stay for a while, and eventually they fade. The key is not to chase them away, but to remain steady while they pass. This perspective brings a surprising sense of calm. The mind no longer treats emotions as permanent problems that must be fixed immediately. Instead, it recognizes them as passing experiences that simply need time. Think about how physical sensations behave. When a strong wind blows, it does not last forever. When rain falls, the sky eventually clears again. Emotions behave in a similar way. They appear strongly for a moment, but they cannot hold their intensity forever unless the mind continues feeding them. Emotional patience removes that fuel. When frustration appears, the mind notices it without reacting impulsively. When sadness arises, the mind allows the feeling to exist without trying to analyze it endlessly. When anxiety shows itself, the mind observes the sensation and allows the body to calm down naturally. With time, the emotional wave begins to lose its strength. The body relaxes. The thoughts become quieter. What once felt overwhelming slowly dissolves on its own. Another benefit of emotional patience is the space it creates between feeling and action. Many emotional mistakes happen when people act too quickly while a strong feeling is present. Words are spoken that cannot be taken back. Decisions are made that later feel regrettable. The Stoics trained themselves to wait before responding. They understood that emotions become clearer when time is allowed to pass. What feels urgent in one moment may look completely different after the emotional intensity has softened. Patience gives the mind time to regain balance. This does not mean ignoring emotions or pretending they do not exist. Emotional patience involves full awareness of what is happening internally. The difference is that the mind does not rush to control or eliminate the feeling. It simply allows the experience to move naturally. Over time, this discipline transforms the relationship with emotions. Feelings that once seemed overwhelming begin to feel manageable. The mind becomes more confident because it knows that no emotional state lasts forever. Even strong waves of frustration, sadness, or anxiety eventually reach their natural end when they are not constantly resisted or fed with worry. The Stoics believed that patience is one of the most powerful forms of inner strength. Not the patience of waiting for external results, but the patience of allowing the inner world to settle in its own time. Gradually, the mind becomes quieter and more stable. Emotions still come and go, but they no longer control the direction of the day. The mind watches them arrive, allows them to stay briefly, and trusts that they will leave when their moment has passed. And through this quiet discipline, the emotional storms that once felt endless begin to reveal their true nature, temporary movements within a much deeper and steadier inner sky. And as the discipline of emotional patience begins to settle into the mind, something else quietly becomes possible. When the mind is no longer rushing to escape every feeling, it begins to notice emotions from a slightly different angle. Instead of being pulled into every reaction, the mind discovers that it can step back and simply watch what is happening inside. This is where another powerful Stoic practice begins to take shape, the practice of observing internal drama without joining it. Inside every person there is a constant movement of thoughts, reactions, and emotional responses. A memory appears, a feeling rises, a thought comments on what is happening, another thought reacts to that thought. Before long, the mind becomes busy with a whole conversation taking place inside. Most people are completely absorbed in this process, When a thought appears, they follow it immediately. When an emotion rises, they become part of the reaction. The mind enters the experience as if it were happening to the whole self. The Stoics discovered something important about this inner activity. They realized that thoughts and emotions can be observed without becoming fully involved in them. The mind has the ability to step slightly to the side and watch the reaction as if it were observing weather passing through the sky. This shift changes everything. When a stressful situation occurs, the first emotional reaction may still appear automatically. Perhaps irritation rises, perhaps worry appears. But instead of immediately reacting or becoming lost in the feeling, the mind pauses and simply notices what is happening. The thought is seen, the emotion is felt, the reaction is observed. But the mind does not jump inside the drama. Marcus Aurelius practiced this constantly. In his private reflections, he reminded himself that many disturbances begin when the mind becomes entangled with its own reactions. When thoughts are observed calmly instead of believed instantly, they lose much of their ability to disturb inner stability. This does not require complicated techniques. It begins with simple awareness. When a strong emotion appears, the mind quietly says to itself, "This is irritation," or "This is anxiety," or "This is disappointment." This small act of noticing creates space. Instead of the emotion becoming the entire experience, it becomes something that is happening within the experience. The mind remains slightly outside of the reaction rather than being consumed by it. Think of watching actors on a stage. The characters may be arguing, shouting, or expressing strong emotions, but the person sitting in the audience remains aware that they are simply watching a performance. The Stoics learned to watch the mind in a similar way. When emotional reactions begin playing out internally, the mind takes the role of the observer rather than the actor. Thoughts continue appearing. Feelings move through the body. But the deeper awareness remains calm, watching the process unfold. This practice weakens the power of emotional drama. Internal reactions often grow stronger when the mind participates in them fully. When the mind argues with the thought, resists the feeling, or adds more commentary, the emotional storm becomes more intense. But when the reaction is simply observed, it often begins to settle on its own. A thought may appear, saying that something went wrong. Another thought may begin predicting negative outcomes. But instead of following those thoughts into further worry, the mind simply notices that thinking is happening. The reaction loses momentum because the mind is no longer feeding it. Another benefit of this practice is that it restores clarity. When the mind steps back from emotional reactions, situations can be seen more accurately. Instead of reacting from the heat of the moment, the mind observes what is actually happening before deciding how to respond. This makes actions calmer and more thoughtful. The Stoics believed that much emotional suffering comes from identifying too strongly with every thought that appears. When people assume that every thought represents truth, they become trapped inside their own reactions. But when thoughts are seen as temporary mental events, they lose their authority. They become passing movements within awareness rather than commands that must be followed. Over time, the mind becomes more comfortable with this observer role. Emotional reactions still appear, because that is part of being human, but they no longer dominate the entire inner world. They rise, they move, they fade, and the observing awareness remains steady throughout the process. Gradually, the inner world becomes quieter, not because emotions disappear completely, but because the mind has learned not to join every piece of internal drama that appears. The Stoics believed this quiet witnessing is one of the foundations of emotional freedom. When the mind can observe its reactions without becoming entangled in them, stress begins losing its grip. What once felt overwhelming becomes simply something that is happening within the mind, while a deeper calm remains untouched beneath it. And as the mind becomes skilled at observing internal reactions without being pulled into them, another quiet source of emotional tension begins to reveal itself. Because many emotional storms are not created by events alone. They are created by a deeper desire that quietly sits beneath many interactions with others. The desire to be understood, the desire for others to see our intentions clearly, to recognize our effort, to validate our feelings, and to agree with our perspective. When this desire is strong, the mind becomes easily disturbed. A misunderstanding feels like a personal injury. A disagreement feels like rejection. When someone interprets our actions incorrectly, the mind begins fighting to correct the image that person holds of us. Words are repeated. Explanations become longer. The mind tries again and again to make the other person finally see things the way we see them. The Stoics noticed how exhausting this struggle can become. They saw that much emotional suffering comes from trying to control how others interpret us. When someone misunderstands our intentions, the mind often reacts with frustration. It begins replaying the conversation. It thinks about what should have been said differently. It imagines new explanations that might finally lead to agreement. But the Stoics understood something simple and powerful. Not everyone will understand you. And more importantly, peace does not require that they do. This insight begins changing the way the mind approaches relationships. Instead of constantly seeking validation from others, the mind learns to find stability within its own intentions. If actions are guided by honesty and fairness, the mind can remain calm even when others fail to see that clearly. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that other people's opinions are shaped by their own experiences, emotions, and assumptions. Their interpretations belong to them. Trying to control those interpretations only creates unnecessary tension. When the mind releases the need to be understood by everyone, a surprising amount of emotional pressure disappears. Conversations become lighter because the mind is no longer trying to force agreement. When someone misunderstands something, a calm explanation may still be offered. But if the misunderstanding continues, the mind does not become trapped in endless attempts to correct it. The energy that was once spent defending an image can now return to inner peace. This does not mean communication becomes unimportant. The Stoics valued clear and respectful dialogue, but they also recognized that understanding requires willingness on both sides. When the other person is not ready to see your perspective, forcing the issue rarely brings calm. Releasing the need to be understood creates emotional freedom because the mind stops depending on external approval for its stability. Many people spend years trying to ensure that everyone sees them correctly. They want their motives to be recognized, their intentions appreciated, and their character confirmed by others. But the Stoics believed that true character does not depend on recognition. It exists in the quiet consistency of one's actions. If you act with fairness, patience, and honesty, your peace does not need constant confirmation from others. Another benefit of this practice appears in difficult situations. When the mind no longer depends on validation, criticism becomes easier to hear. Disagreement no longer feels like a threat. Other people's opinions remain their own without disturbing the inner balance. The mind becomes calmer because it is no longer trying to manage how it is seen from every angle. Over time, relationships become more relaxed. Without the constant need to be understood perfectly, conversations feel less heavy. The mind allows people to have their own interpretations while continuing to live according to its own values. This also strengthens self-respect. When peace is no longer dependent on external validation, the mind develops a quiet confidence. Actions are guided by principles rather than by the hope of approval. The Stoics believe that inner freedom grows when the mind focuses on what belongs to it and releases what does not. Other people's understanding lies outside of personal control, but intention, character, and behavior remain fully within it. By accepting this difference, the mind stops chasing validation and begins resting in its own clarity. Gradually, something peaceful begins to appear within the inner world. The urge to explain everything fades. The need to correct every misunderstanding softens. Life becomes quieter because the mind is no longer fighting to shape every opinion around it. And in that quiet space, a deeper form of peace becomes possible. The peace that comes from knowing that being understood by everyone was never required for a calm and steady mind. And as the mind begins releasing the heavy need to be understood by everyone, another quiet source of emotional tension becomes easier to see. Because much of the stress people carry does not come directly from what happens in life. It comes from what they expected life to be. Expectations quietly shape how every moment is experienced. When events match those expectations, the mind feels satisfied. But when life moves in a different direction, disappointment quickly follows. The Stoics spent a great deal of time observing this pattern. They noticed that people often suffer not because something terrible has happened, but because reality did not match the image they had created in their mind. A conversation does not go the way they hoped. Someone behaves differently than expected. A plan unfolds in an unexpected direction. The mind reacts not only to the event itself, but to the gap between what was expected and what actually occurred. That gap is where much emotional distress is born. Expectations are powerful because they quietly shape the way the mind views the world. When the mind expects constant fairness, any unfair moment feels deeply disturbing. When it expects recognition for every effort, being overlooked feels painful. When it expects people to behave in certain ways, their unpredictable nature becomes frustrating. The Stoics understood that life rarely follows the precise script created by our expectations. People act according to their own thoughts and circumstances. Events unfold through many forces outside of personal control. When the mind demands that life match its expectations perfectly, it places itself in constant conflict with reality. This is why Stoic thinkers began lowering the demands they placed on the world around them. Lowering expectations does not mean becoming pessimistic or giving up hope. It means recognizing that life contains uncertainty and imperfection. When the mind accepts this truth, it stops treating every unexpected outcome as a personal disappointment. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that people will sometimes act selfishly, impatiently, or unfairly. By expecting that such behavior may occur, he protected his peace when it did appear. Instead of feeling shocked or offended, he saw the situation as part of the natural complexity of human behavior. This simple adjustment dramatically changes emotional reactions. When expectations are high and rigid, even small disruptions feel heavy. But when the mind allows room for unpredictability, those same disruptions feel much lighter. A delay becomes just a delay rather than a disaster. A disagreement becomes a difference of perspective rather than a personal insult. Lower expectations also bring freedom in relationships. Many conflicts grow from the belief that others should behave exactly as we think they should. The mind expects perfect understanding, constant support, or consistent agreement. But people carry their own worries, moods, and limitations. When the mind reduces its demands, it begins allowing others to be human. This creates more patience and less resentment. The same principle applies to life itself. Many people imagine that their path should unfold smoothly if they work hard and make good decisions. But life includes unexpected turns, setbacks, and moments that feel unfair. When the mind accepts that these experiences are part of the human journey, it becomes less disturbed when they appear.
Instead of reacting with frustration, the mind remains flexible.
Another quiet benefit appears when expectations are lowered. Gratitude becomes easier to feel. When the mind stops demanding that life meet certain standards, ordinary moments begin to feel more valuable. A peaceful conversation, a quiet evening, or a simple success feels meaningful because it was not treated as something automatically guaranteed. The Stoics believed that emotional freedom grows when the mind asks less from the world. When the mind releases the demand that life must always meet its expectations, it stops fighting the natural flow of events. Peace begins appearing in a different place. Instead of depending on perfect outcomes, peace comes from the ability to meet whatever happens with steadiness. When expectations are lighter, the mind becomes more adaptable. It responds to life as it unfolds, rather than constantly comparing reality to imagined scenarios. Gradually, disappointment loses much of its strength. Situations that once felt frustrating begin to feel manageable. The mind becomes calmer because it is no longer measuring every moment against rigid expectations. And through this quiet shift, emotional freedom begins to grow. Not because life becomes easier or more predictable, but because the mind stops demanding that it must be. When expectations soften, the inner world becomes lighter, leaving more space for acceptance, patience, and quiet contentment. And as expectations begin to soften and the mind stops demanding that life unfold in a perfect way, another quiet ability starts to develop. Because once the mind becomes less tightly attached to outcomes, it gains something very valuable: space. With that space, the mind can look at situations from a different angle instead of reacting immediately from the center of the emotion. This is where another Stoic practice becomes powerful: the practice of mentally stepping outside the situation. Most emotional reactions feel intense because the mind is standing too close to the event. When something stressful happens, the mind places itself right in the middle of the moment. Every detail feels personal. Every word feels heavy. The mind becomes absorbed inside the experience, which makes the emotional reaction stronger. The Stoics discovered that emotional intensity often softens when the mind creates distance from the situation. Instead of looking at the moment only from a narrow personal viewpoint, the mind learns to step back and observe the situation from a wider perspective. Marcus Aurelius used this technique often in his reflections. When events disturbed him, he would imagine looking at the situation from far above, as if observing it from a great distance. In that wider view, the moment became smaller. The problem that once felt overwhelming appeared as only a tiny part of a much larger picture. This change in perspective does something important to the emotional response. When the mind sees the situation only from the inside, everything feels urgent and personal. But when the mind steps back, the event becomes one moment among many in the larger flow of life. The mind begins asking quieter questions. Will this situation still matter in a year? Will this moment change the entire course of life? Often the answer reveals that the situation is far less permanent than it first appeared. This perspective reduces the emotional pressure that builds when the mind believes every event carries enormous weight. Another way the Stoics practiced this mental distance was by imagining how other people might see the same situation. A disagreement that feels personal may look very different from another person's perspective. When the mind considers these different viewpoints, the emotional intensity often begins to soften. Instead of seeing the situation as a personal attack or failure, the mind begins seeing it as a complex moment involving many factors. This wider view allows patience and understanding to replace immediate reaction. The Stoics also used time as a form of perspective. They reminded themselves that most emotional storms lose their importance with time. What feels intense today may appear small when remembered months later. By mentally stepping forward in time and imagining how the moment will eventually fade, the mind loosens its grip on the present reaction. This does not mean dismissing every difficulty. Some moments in life truly deserve attention and care, but many emotional reactions grow stronger because the mind treats every situation as if it will define everything that follows. When the mind steps outside the moment, it remembers that life is made of thousands of experiences. One difficult conversation, one mistake, or one frustrating delay is only a small part of that larger journey. This wider view brings calm. Another benefit appears when the mind practices stepping outside the situation. It becomes easier to respond wisely rather than reacting emotionally. When the mind pauses and observes from a distance, it sees more clearly what the moment actually requires. Instead of acting from anger, the mind responds with patience. Instead of reacting from fear, the mind responds with clarity. The Stoics believed that emotional balance depends on this ability to widen perspective. When the mind learns to step back, situations that once felt overwhelming become manageable. The moment still exists, but it is no longer consuming the entire inner world. Over time, this practice becomes natural. When stress begins rising, the mind automatically takes a step back. It looks at the situation as part of a much larger picture rather than as an isolated crisis. And slowly, something powerful begins to grow within the mind. A calm awareness that most events are temporary moments moving through a much greater flow of life. When the mind learns to view situations from that wider perspective, emotional intensity begins to dissolve, leaving behind a steadier and more peaceful inner world. And as the mind learns to step outside situations and view them from a wider perspective, another quiet pattern begins to reveal itself. Because when the mind observes events from a distance, it starts noticing something that was often invisible before. Many things that once felt deeply personal were never truly about the individual at all. The Stoics understood this clearly, and they practiced a powerful discipline that helped dissolve unnecessary emotional reactions, the habit of reducing personalization. The mind has a natural tendency to make events about itself. When someone speaks with a sharp tone, the mind quickly interprets it as an insult. When someone appears distant or distracted, the mind assumes it has done something wrong. When plans change unexpectedly, the mind begins wondering what it did to cause the situation. This habit happens almost automatically. The mind places itself at the center of every interaction and assumes that events must somehow be connected to its own actions, worth, or identity. But the Stoics noticed that most events in life are shaped by countless factors that have little or nothing to do with us personally. People act according to their own worries, beliefs, moods, and circumstances. A person who appears impatient may be dealing with pressures that are invisible to others. Someone who responds coldly may simply be carrying their own difficulties. Yet the mind often turns these moments into personal judgments. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself frequently that people's actions reflect their own understanding of the world. When someone behaves unfairly or speaks harshly, it often reveals more about their state of mind than about the person receiving those words. When the mind begins to understand this, emotional reactions soften. Instead of immediately assuming that every negative moment is directed at the self, the mind pauses and considers a wider view. Perhaps the situation is simply the result of someone else's stress or confusion. Perhaps the event unfolded through circumstances completely unrelated to personal worth. This shift creates emotional relief because the mind stops carrying unnecessary burdens. Personalization often turns neutral events into emotional injuries. A brief silence in conversation becomes a sign of rejection. A delayed reply becomes evidence of being ignored. The mind fills the empty space with stories about its own value and standing in the eyes of others. But when personalization is reduced, the mind sees the event more clearly. The silence may simply mean the other person is thinking. The delayed reply may mean the person is busy or distracted. The situation remains neutral instead of becoming a source of emotional distress. The Stoics trained themselves to examine situations carefully before assuming personal meaning. When something felt upsetting, they asked themselves a grounding question. Is this truly about me, or is the mind creating that connection? Very often, the answer revealed that the situation had little to do with them personally. This awareness also strengthens emotional stability in difficult interactions. When someone criticizes, complains, or behaves unfairly, the mind does not immediately absorb the reaction as a personal judgment. Instead, it observes the behavior as an expression of that person's thoughts or struggles. This perspective protects inner peace. Instead of reacting with hurt or anger, the mind remains steady because it understands that the event does not define personal value. The reaction belongs to the other person, not to the deeper self. Reducing personalization also brings more compassion into relationships. When the mind stops assuming that every action is directed at it, it becomes easier to see that others are also navigating their own challenges. People often act from confusion, fear, or pressure rather than from intentional harm. Recognizing this allows patience to replace immediate offense. The Stoics believed that emotional freedom grows when the mind stops placing itself at the center of every event. Life is constantly unfolding through countless interactions, and most of those moments are shaped by forces far beyond any one individual. By remembering this, the mind releases many unnecessary emotional reactions. Gradually, something peaceful begins to develop. Situations that once felt personal begin to feel lighter. Words that once felt like attacks become simple expressions of another person's perspective. The mind remains calm because it understands that not everything revolves around the self. And through this quiet habit of reducing personalization, the inner world becomes steadier. The mind learns that many disturbances were never about it in the first place. When that realization settles deeply, emotional tension loosens, leaving behind a calmer and more spacious way of moving through life. And as the mind begins reducing the habit of personalizing every event, another quiet realization begins to surface. Because once the mind stops placing itself at the center of everything that happens, it also begins to notice something else that has been quietly running in the background all along. the endless voice inside the mind, the constant commentary, the silent stream of thoughts that never seems to stop speaking. Most people rarely notice how continuous this internal dialogue truly is. The mind comments on every moment. It judges situations, predicts outcomes, revisits conversations, and prepares responses to things that have not even happened yet. This constant mental activity may feel normal, but the Stoics recognize that much anxiety is fueled by this endless inner conversation.
When the mind never becomes quiet, tension never fully leaves the body.
The Stoics believed that the mind does not always need to be speaking in order to function well. In fact, they observed that some of the clearest moments of thinking happen when the internal noise becomes quieter. When the mind is not constantly reacting to every thought, it becomes more stable and more aware of the present moment. This is where the discipline of allowing silence in the mind begins. Silence in the mind does not mean forcing thoughts to disappear. The Stoics understood that thoughts naturally arise. The goal is not to eliminate thinking completely, but to reduce the unnecessary commentary that keeps the mind in a constant state of agitation. Many thoughts that appear in the mind are simply reactions to other thoughts. One thought appears, and the mind immediately begins responding to it with more analysis, more interpretation, and more imagined scenarios. Soon the mind becomes trapped in a loop of thinking that leads nowhere but deeper into worry. Allowing silence interrupts this cycle. When a thought appears, the mind does not always need to respond. The thought can be noticed, but it does not have to be followed. It does not need to start a chain of further reactions. The mind can simply let the thought pass through, like a sound that fades in the distance. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the mind becomes disturbed when it allows unnecessary thoughts to dominate attention. By choosing which thoughts deserve attention and which can simply pass, the mind protects its own calm. This practice gradually weakens the habit of constant internal commentary. For example, when a small worry appears, the mind might normally begin building an entire story around it. But with this discipline, the mind notices the worry without feeding it further thinking. The thought appears briefly, and then it fades. Another moment of silence follows. These small spaces of mental quietness bring an unexpected sense of relief. The body relaxes. The breath becomes slower. The mind begins experiencing moments without the constant layer of commentary that usually surrounds them. The Stoics valued these moments of mental quiet because they believed clarity grows in silence. When the mind stops reacting to every passing thought, it becomes easier to see situations as they truly are. This also reduces anxiety because many worries only survive through repeated thinking. When the mind stops replaying the same concerns over and over, the emotional charge attached to those thoughts begins to weaken.
Silence gives the mind a chance to rest.
Over time, the mind becomes more comfortable with these quiet spaces. Instead of feeling the need to constantly fill them with thoughts, the mind begins appreciating the calm that silence brings. Moments of stillness begin appearing throughout the day. While walking, breathing, or simply sitting, the mind rests without needing to analyze everything around it. This does not mean the mind becomes empty or inactive. When thinking is needed, it still appears clearly. But unnecessary commentary no longer dominates every moment of awareness. The Stoics believed that a peaceful mind is not one that never thinks, but one that knows when thinking is useful and when silence is better. Gradually, the internal world becomes calmer. The endless stream of reactions slows down. Thoughts come and go without creating long chains of anxiety. Silence becomes a natural part of the mind rather than something unfamiliar. And in that quiet space, something deeply restorative begins to grow, a sense of steadiness, a calm presence that is not constantly disturbed by every passing thought. When the mind learns to allow silence, the emotional tension that once filled every moment begins to fade, leaving behind a clearer and more peaceful inner landscape. And as the mind begins to grow comfortable with moments of silence, another quiet realization begins to unfold. Because when the constant inner dialogue slows down, it becomes easier to notice something important about emotions themselves. Feelings move, they shift, they appear strongly, and then they slowly fade away. Yet many people never allow this natural movement to happen, because the mind quickly rushes in to repair every uncomfortable emotion the moment it appears. The Stoics observed this pattern carefully. They saw that most people treat emotions as problems that must be fixed immediately. When sadness appears, the mind searches for ways to escape it. When frustration rises, the mind tries to eliminate it as quickly as possible. When anxiety enters awareness, the mind begins searching for explanations, solutions, or distractions.
This urgent reaction often creates more stress than the emotion itself.
The Stoics understood that emotional discomfort is a natural part of being human. Feelings rise within the mind in response to events, memories, and physical states. But those feelings do not stay forever. Like waves on the surface of water, they rise for a moment and then begin returning to calm. The problem begins when the mind refuses to allow this natural process to unfold. When an emotion appears and the mind immediately begins fighting it, analyzing it, or trying to remove it, the emotional experience becomes prolonged. Instead of passing through naturally, the emotion becomes trapped within layers of thought and resistance. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that feelings are temporary visitors within the mind. They arrive, they remain briefly, and they leave when their movement is complete. The mind does not need to interfere with this process.
This insight creates a different relationship with emotional discomfort.
Instead of treating every unpleasant feeling as something that must be repaired immediately, the mind learns to allow the emotion to exist for a while. It notices the sensation without panic. It observes the feeling without rushing to eliminate it. This patience allows the natural cycle of the emotion to continue. Many feelings disappear far more quickly when they are not constantly examined or resisted. A moment of sadness may soften within minutes when the mind allows the feeling to move naturally. A wave of frustration may dissolve once the body relaxes and the moment passes. But when the mind immediately tries to repair the emotion, it often becomes trapped in endless analysis. The mind asks why the feeling appeared, what it means, and how it can be removed. Each question adds more thinking, and that thinking keeps the emotional energy active. The Stoics believe that not every feeling requires immediate intervention. Some emotions are simply signals from the mind and body responding to the present moment. They do not need to be solved. They only need to be experienced briefly and then allowed to fade. This understanding reduces the urgency that often accompanies emotional discomfort. When a difficult feeling appears, the mind no longer treats it as an emergency. Instead of rushing to repair it, the mind quietly acknowledges the experience and allows it to move through awareness. This creates emotional resilience. The mind becomes more confident because it realizes that uncomfortable emotions are not permanent threats. They are temporary states that rise and fall like the changing weather. Another benefit of this practice appears in decision-making. When the mind does not rush to react while emotions are still strong, actions become more thoughtful. Words are not spoken in anger. Choices are not made in fear. Time allows the emotional intensity to settle before any response is required. Over time, the mind develops a deeper sense of stability. Feelings still appear, but they no longer create panic or urgency. The mind knows that emotions are part of the natural rhythm of experience. The Stoics believe that wisdom involves trusting this rhythm rather than constantly trying to control it. Gradually, emotional discomfort loses much of its power. What once felt overwhelming becomes manageable because the mind understands that the feeling will not remain forever. And through this quiet patience, a deeper calm begins to take root. The mind stops fighting every emotional wave and instead learns to ride through it. When emotions are allowed to follow their natural path, they pass more quickly, leaving the inner world clearer and more peaceful than before. And as the mind slowly learns not to rush in and repair every uncomfortable emotion, another quiet truth begins to reveal itself. Because many emotional struggles do not come only from what happened. They come from the mind's deep desire for a clean ending. The mind wants answers. It wants explanations. It wants the moment when everything finally makes sense. But life does not always offer that moment. This is where another Stoic discipline becomes deeply freeing, the practice of releasing the need for emotional closure. The mind often believes that peace will arrive once a situation is fully explained. If someone apologizes, the pain will disappear. If the reason behind a disappointment becomes clear, the mind will relax. If the past can be fully understood, the emotional weight will finally lift. But the Stoics notice that many situations never resolve this way. Some conversations never happen. Some questions are never answered. Some people leave without explaining why. Some chapters of life end suddenly without providing the clarity the mind hoped for. When the mind insists on closure, it begins chasing answers that may never arrive. It replays events repeatedly, trying to find the missing explanation. It imagines different endings. It wonders what should have been said or done. Each attempt to force closure keeps the emotional tension alive. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that not every event in life arrives with a perfect conclusion. Life moves forward whether every question is answered or not. When the mind refuses to accept this, it becomes trapped in the past, searching for clarity that time may never deliver. The Stoics practiced a different response. Instead of demanding a complete explanation for every experience, they allowed certain situations to remain unfinished. This does not mean pretending the situation did not matter. It means accepting that some events simply end without the final piece the mind was hoping to receive. When the mind stops demanding closure, something surprising begins to happen. The emotional pressure surrounding the situation slowly begins to loosen. The mind is no longer locked in an endless search for answers. Instead, it begins allowing the event to exist as part of the past. Think about how many emotional struggles come from unfinished stories. A relationship ends without understanding. A friendship fades without explanation. A moment of unfairness remains unresolved. When the mind refuses to accept that the ending is unclear, it keeps the emotional wound open. But when the mind allows the situation to remain incomplete, the past slowly loses its grip. The Stoics understood that life itself is filled with unfinished chapters. People change, circumstances shift, events unfold without following the neat structure that the mind prefers. Trying to force perfect endings onto every experience only creates more emotional resistance. Accepting this truth allows the mind to rest. Another powerful effect of releasing the need for closure is that it returns attention to the present moment. When the mind stops revisiting the past in search of explanations, it frees energy to experience what is happening now. Life continues moving forward, whether closure appears or not. This practice also strengthens emotional independence. When peace no longer depends on receiving explanations from others, the mind becomes less dependent on external resolution. It no longer waits for someone else to provide the final peace that will allow healing to begin. Healing becomes possible even without answers. The Stoics believed that peace grows when the mind accepts the nature of reality rather than demanding that reality follow its preferred script. Some questions remain open, some endings remain unclear. Yet life still continues, offering new experiences, new relationships, and new moments of meaning. Over time, the mind becomes more comfortable with this openness. Instead of fearing unfinished stories, it learns to allow them to exist quietly in the background of life. Gradually, the emotional tension around the past begins to soften. The mind stops trying to rewrite what has already happened. It accepts that some chapters close without a final explanation. And through this acceptance, something gentle begins to settle inside, a quiet understanding that peace does not come from perfect endings. It comes from allowing life to remain imperfect, unfinished, and still worthy of moving forward. And as the mind begins releasing the need for perfect endings, another quiet realization begins to appear beneath the surface of experience. Because once the mind stops searching endlessly for closure, it becomes easier to notice something that was always shaping every emotional reaction: the way situations are perceived. The Stoics understood that emotions do not appear out of nowhere. They grow from the way the mind interprets what is happening. Two people can experience the same event and feel completely different emotions. One person may see an obstacle and feel frustration. Another may see the same obstacle and feel challenged or motivated. The situation is identical, yet the emotional response is different. The difference lies in perception. The Stoics believed that emotional control does not begin by suppressing feelings after they appear. It begins earlier, in the moment when the mind interprets what it sees. That interpretation quietly determines the emotional direction that follows. When the mind interprets an event as harmful, threatening, or unfair, emotional tension quickly rises. Anger, anxiety, and frustration begin building in response to the meaning the mind has assigned to the situation. But if the interpretation changes, the emotional reaction often changes with it. Marcus Aurelius reflected on this often. He reminded himself that events themselves are neutral. They are simply moments unfolding in the flow of life. What disturbs the mind is the judgment it forms about those events. This understanding gives the mind an unexpected form of power. Instead of trying to control emotions after they appear, the mind learns to examine the perception that created them. When something feels upsetting, the mind pauses and asks a simple question: what meaning am I giving to this situation? This pause interrupts the automatic emotional reaction. Many interpretations happen so quickly that they feel invisible. A person may assume someone's silence means disapproval. A delay may be interpreted as failure. A disagreement may be interpreted as disrespect. These interpretations trigger emotional responses before the mind has fully examined whether the meaning is accurate. The Stoics practiced slowing down this process. When a situation felt disturbing, they looked carefully at the interpretation forming inside the mind. They asked whether the meaning they were assigning was the only possible explanation. Often it was not. A silence could mean many things. A delay could simply be a change in timing rather than a disaster. A disagreement could be an opportunity to see another perspective rather than a personal attack. When the interpretation becomes calmer and more balanced, the emotional reaction naturally softens. This does not mean forcing every situation to appear positive. The Stoics were not interested in pretending difficulties did not exist. Instead, they focused on seeing situations clearly rather than exaggerating them through negative assumptions. Clear perception reduces unnecessary emotional disturbance. Another benefit appears when the mind begins practicing this discipline regularly. Emotional reactions become less automatic. Instead of reacting instantly, the mind develops a habit of examining the situation more carefully. This small moment of reflection creates emotional stability. For example, when something unexpected happens, the mind no longer jumps immediately to the worst possible conclusion. It recognizes that interpretation is a choice rather than a fixed truth. The mind becomes curious rather than reactive. This curiosity opens the door to wiser responses. The Stoics believed that emotional freedom begins with this simple awareness. By understanding that perception shapes emotion, the mind gains the ability to guide its reactions more thoughtfully. Situations will always occur outside personal control. Life will continue presenting challenges, misunderstandings, and unexpected turns. But the meaning assigned to those moments remains within the reach of awareness. Over time, this practice transforms the inner world. The mind becomes calmer because it is no longer interpreting every difficulty as a threat. Instead, it observes events with greater balance and patience. Emotions still appear because they are part of human experience, but they no longer dominate the mind with the same intensity. They arise within a wider understanding of what the situation truly represents. And gradually, something powerful begins to develop. A steady awareness that emotional control does not come from suppressing feelings. It begins much earlier, in the quiet moment when perception shapes how the mind understands the world around it. And as the mind begins to understand how perception quietly shapes emotional reactions, another gentle insight begins to unfold. Because once the mind sees that emotions are influenced by interpretation, it also begins noticing something equally important about the way emotions leave. Many people believe calmness must be forced. They try to push emotions away, control them quickly, or silence them through effort. But the Stoics observed that true calm rarely arrives through force. It appears when emotions are allowed to dissolve naturally. This is where the art of quiet emotional dissolution begins. When emotional intensity appears, the first instinct of the mind is often resistance. If anxiety rises, the mind tries to suppress it. If anger appears, the mind attempts to control it quickly. If sadness surfaces, the mind searches for ways to escape the feeling. These reactions come from the belief that emotions must disappear immediately, but this struggle often keeps the emotional energy alive. The Stoics noticed that emotions behave much like waves in water. When the surface is disturbed, movement appears naturally, but if nothing continues disturbing the water, the movement gradually settles on its own. The same is true inside the mind. Emotional intensity often fades when it is not constantly resisted or stirred by further thinking. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that calmness returns when the mind stops interfering with its own emotional processes. Instead of trying to control every feeling, the mind can simply allow the experience to move through awareness. This does not mean ignoring emotions or pretending they are not there. Quiet emotional dissolution begins with full awareness. The emotion is noticed clearly. The body may feel tension, heaviness, or restlessness, but the mind does not panic or try to force the feeling away. Instead, it allows the experience to exist without additional resistance. When the mind stops fighting the emotion, something subtle begins to change. The emotional intensity no longer receives the fuel of constant reaction. Thoughts stop feeding the feeling with further analysis and interpretation. Without this extra fuel, the emotional wave begins losing its strength. Gradually, the intensity softens. This process is not always immediate. Some emotions take time to settle, especially when they are connected to meaningful experiences. But the Stoics believed that forcing calmness rarely works. True calmness emerges when the mind stops trying to manufacture it. Quiet, emotional dissolution trusts the natural rhythm of the mind. For example, when frustration appears, the mind does not immediately attempt to eliminate it. Instead, it notices the sensation of frustration and allows it to be present. Without constant commentary or resistance, the feeling slowly loses its sharpness. The same is true with sadness or worry. When the mind stops trying to push the emotion away, the body gradually releases the tension connected to it. Breathing slows, thoughts become less intense. The emotional energy fades without needing to be forced. Another benefit of this practice is that it prevents emotional exhaustion. When the mind constantly fights its own feelings, it spends enormous energy trying to control internal states. This effort creates fatigue and often makes emotions feel even heavier. But when the mind allows emotions to dissolve naturally, the body and mind conserve energy. Calmness returns gently rather than through struggle. The Stoics believed that inner stability grows when the mind learns patience with its own emotional rhythms. Feelings rise, remain for a time, and then slowly fade. This movement is part of the natural design of the human mind. By trusting this process, the mind becomes less afraid of emotional intensity. Even strong emotions begin to feel manageable because the mind knows they will not remain forever. Instead of rushing to eliminate them, it allows them to pass through awareness like clouds moving across the sky. Over time, this practice builds a quiet form of confidence. The mind no longer feels threatened by its own emotions. It understands that feelings do not need to be forced into silence. They dissolve when they are allowed to breathe. And gradually, the inner world becomes calmer. Emotional waves still appear from time to time, but they no longer create panic or urgency. The mind simply watches them rise, trusts their movement, and allows them to fade naturally. In that quiet space of patience, calmness returns on its own, steady and unforced, like still water settling after the wind has passed. And as the mind begins learning the quiet art of allowing emotions to dissolve naturally, another important realization slowly comes into view. Because many emotional storms do not arise simply from what happens. They arise from how tightly the mind holds on to what it hoped would happen. Expectations quietly turn into attachments. The mind begins tying its piece to a particular outcome. When life moves in that direction, the mind feels satisfied. But when events unfold differently, emotional tension quickly appears. This is where another Stoic practice becomes deeply powerful, the Stoic way of reducing emotional attachment to outcomes. From a young age, the mind learns to link happiness with results. Success must happen. Plans must unfold exactly as imagined. Efforts must lead to recognition or reward. The mind builds a quiet agreement with the future, believing that emotional peace depends on whether these outcomes appear. But life rarely follows a single predictable path. Plans shift, circumstances change, people behave in ways that cannot always be controlled. When the mind attaches its stability to these uncertain outcomes, it becomes vulnerable to constant emotional disturbance. The Stoics saw this pattern clearly. They understood that the only place true stability can exist is within the effort and intention behind actions, not within the results that follow. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that outcomes belong to the wider movement of life, not to individual control. A person can choose their actions, their attitude, and their effort, but the final result of any situation is shaped by many forces beyond personal influence. When the mind accepts this truth, it begins loosening its grip on outcomes. This does not mean abandoning goals or ambition. The Stoics still believed in working with dedication and care, but they separated the effort from the emotional dependence on the result. The focus remained on doing the right thing with clarity and discipline, while allowing the outcome to unfold as it will. This shift changes the emotional experience of effort. When the mind is attached to outcomes, every step forward feels filled with pressure. The mind constantly checks whether the desired result is approaching. If progress slows, anxiety begins rising. If results appear uncertain, frustration grows.
But when the mind releases this attachment, the focus returns to the action itself.
Work becomes steadier because it is no longer driven by fear of failure or obsession with success. Each step is taken with attention and care, but the emotional balance does not depend on whether the final result appears exactly as planned. The Stoics believed this approach creates a deeper form of freedom. When emotional stability is no longer tied to specific outcomes, the mind becomes resilient. Unexpected results no longer feel like personal defeats. Instead, they become part of the natural unfolding of events. A plan may change, but inner stability remains intact. Another benefit of reducing attachment to outcomes is the clarity it brings during difficult moments. When the mind is not overwhelmed by fear of failure, it becomes easier to adjust and respond wisely. New opportunities become visible because the mind is not locked into a single imagined result. Flexibility replaces frustration. This perspective also softens the emotional intensity surrounding success. When a positive outcome arrives, the mind can appreciate it without becoming dependent on it. Gratitude replaces pressure, and the experience remains balanced. The Stoics believed that the true measure of character lies not in controlling outcomes, but in maintaining steady intention, regardless of how events unfold. Over time, this practice transforms the way life is experienced. Effort becomes calmer. Challenges feel less threatening. The mind learns that its stability does not depend on controlling every future moment.
Life continues presenting uncertainty, but the inner world remains grounded.
Gradually, a quiet confidence begins to grow. The mind knows that it can act with integrity and discipline while allowing events to unfold beyond its control. Results may vary, but peace remains steady because it is no longer tied to a particular outcome. And through this Stoic discipline, emotional attachment loosens its grip. The mind continues moving forward with effort and purpose, yet it carries a calm understanding that stability does not come from controlling what happens next. It comes from standing steady within whatever path life chooses to reveal. And as the mind begins loosening its attachment to outcomes, another quiet pattern inside the inner world becomes easier to notice. Because even when expectations soften and emotional reactions calm down, thoughts still appear. Some are gentle and helpful. Others arrive suddenly and feel intrusive, uncomfortable, or distracting. Many people try to force these thoughts away the moment they appear. They fight them, suppress them, or try to replace them with something else. But the Stoics observe that this struggle often gives intrusive thoughts more strength instead of less. This is where another quiet discipline becomes valuable: the practice of letting thoughts finish their course. The mind naturally produces thoughts in a continuous stream. Some thoughts are connected to the present moment, while others are memories, worries, or random associations. Occasionally, a thought appears that feels uncomfortable or disturbing. When this happens, the mind often reacts quickly, trying to push the thought away or prove that it should not be there. But the Stoics noticed something interesting about this reaction. When the mind resists a thought strongly, it begins paying even more attention to it. The thought that might have passed quietly instead becomes the center of focus. The mind starts analyzing it, questioning it, and trying to eliminate it. This attention gives the thought more energy. Instead of disappearing, the thought stays longer. Marcus Aurelius often practiced observing thoughts without immediately reacting to them. He understood that a thought appearing in the mind does not automatically require action or agreement. It is simply a mental event passing through awareness. When the mind stops resisting the thought, something subtle begins to happen. The thought moves forward through its natural cycle. Like a cloud drifting across the sky, it appears, lingers briefly, and then continues on its way. Allowing thoughts to finish their course removes the struggle that keeps them active. Imagine a small echo inside a quiet room. If no one speaks over it or tries to interrupt it, the sound fades naturally. But if someone keeps reacting to it, the noise continues. Thoughts behave in a similar way. When they are not constantly resisted or analyzed, they lose their momentum. This does not mean agreeing with every thought that appears. The Stoics were clear that thoughts are not commands. A thought can be noticed without being believed or followed. The mind simply allows the thought to complete its movement through awareness. Over time, this creates a calmer relationship with thinking itself. Instead of feeling disturbed whenever an intrusive thought appears, the mind recognizes that it is only a temporary mental event. The thought does not define the person. It does not require immediate correction. It can simply pass through like any other thought. Another benefit of this practice is that it reduces the fear surrounding intrusive thoughts. Many people become anxious when certain thoughts appear because they believe the thought says something important about who they are. The Stoics rejected this idea. They understood that the mind produces many thoughts automatically, and those thoughts do not determine character. Character is revealed through actions, not through every passing thought. When the mind learns to allow thoughts to move naturally, the emotional reaction to them becomes weaker. A thought may appear, but it no longer creates panic or urgency. The mind remains calm because it understands that the thought will lose its energy if it is not fed with resistance. Gradually, intrusive thoughts begin appearing less powerful and less frequent. Without constant attention, they fade more quickly. This practice also brings a sense of mental spaciousness. Thoughts continue to move through the mind, but they no longer feel overwhelming. The mind becomes more like a quiet observer, watching the flow of thinking, rather than a participant fighting every idea that appears. The Stoics believe that peace grows when the mind stops treating every thought as something that must be controlled. Instead of trying to force silence or eliminate unwanted thoughts, the mind allows thinking to follow its natural rhythm. Thoughts appear, move through awareness, and then fade when their energy is finished. And slowly, The inner world becomes lighter. The mind no longer feels trapped by intrusive thinking. It simply watches each thought arrive, complete its course, and disappear into the quiet space of awareness that remains steady beneath it all. And as the mind begins allowing thoughts to complete their natural course, another quiet shift starts taking place within the inner world. Because when the mind stops clinging to every thought that appears, it also begins noticing how easily experiences can accumulate inside. Small moments that should have passed long ago remain stored as emotional weight. A harsh word from someone weeks ago, a mistake from the past, a moment of embarrassment that still echoes quietly in memory. None of these moments are happening anymore, yet the mind continues carrying them. The Stoics observed this habit carefully. They realized that many people move through life as if they are collecting emotional baggage without realizing it. Each experience is picked up, examined repeatedly, and stored inside the mind. Over time, the weight grows heavier. The person is no longer reacting only to the present moment, but also to the accumulated pressure of many past events. This is where the Stoic habit of emotional lightness becomes powerful. Emotional lightness does not mean ignoring experiences or pretending that nothing matters. The Stoics felt emotions just like anyone else, but they practiced something different after the experience passed. They allowed the moment to leave without storing it as lasting psychological weight. When something difficult happened, the Stoics reflected on it briefly to understand what could be learned. But once the lesson was clear, they did not continue carrying the emotional residue of the event. The mind released it. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that each moment arrives and then disappears into the past. Once an event is finished, it no longer exists in the present world. Yet the mind has the strange habit of keeping these moments alive through repeated thinking. By replaying them again and again, the mind keeps the emotional energy active long after the situation itself has ended. Emotional lightness interrupts this pattern. When an experience passes, the mind acknowledges it and allows it to remain in the past. The event is not stored as a burden that must be carried forward into every future moment. The memory may remain, but the emotional weight connected to it gradually fades. This creates a remarkable sense of freedom. Instead of dragging yesterday's frustrations into today's experiences, the mind begins meeting each moment with a clearer state of awareness. Past disappointments no longer dominate present attention. Another part of emotional lightness involves recognizing that not every experience deserves long-term emotional storage. Many daily frustrations are small events that were never meant to become permanent mental companions. A brief disagreement, an awkward conversation, or a minor mistake often disappears quickly when the mind chooses not to keep revisiting it. But when the mind repeatedly returns to these moments, it strengthens the emotional attachment to them. The Stoics practiced noticing when the mind attempted to hold on to these experiences unnecessarily. When they saw themselves replaying an event that had already passed, they gently reminded themselves that the moment no longer existed. The only reason it still felt heavy was because the mind continued carrying it. By releasing the need to keep holding the experience, the emotional weight began to dissolve. Emotional lightness also transforms the way people interact with others. When past interactions are not stored as emotional baggage, relationships remain flexible. A mistake made yesterday does not permanently shape how someone is seen today. Each encounter is approached with fresh attention rather than with accumulated resentment. This approach keeps the inner world more open and less burdened. The Stoics believed that emotional weight grows when the mind refuses to let moments finish. But when experiences are allowed to pass naturally, the mind remains light and mobile, able to respond to life without being slowed by unnecessary psychological baggage. Over time, this habit becomes natural. Experiences still occur, both pleasant and difficult, but the mind stops collecting them as lasting burdens. Each moment is lived fully and then allowed to move into the past without being carried forward. Gradually, something beautiful begins to appear inside the inner world. A sense of spaciousness, a quiet freedom that comes from moving through life without dragging old emotional weight behind. The mind becomes lighter, not because life has become easier, but because it has learned how to carry experiences differently. Instead of storing every moment as a permanent burden, it allows life to flow through awareness, leaving behind only the wisdom that remains useful and releasing everything else into the calm distance of the past. And as the mind begins practicing emotional lightness, another quiet truth slowly becomes visible. Because once the mind stops carrying every past moment as psychological weight, it becomes easier to notice what actually creates much of that weight in the first place. It is not always the event itself. Often, it is the endless interpretation that follows the event. The Stoics saw this clearly and spoke often about the danger of overinterpretation. Life presents countless moments every day. A conversation, a delay, a look from another person, a sudden change in plans. These moments appear and disappear quickly, yet the mind rarely leaves them alone. It begins adding meaning, explanations, and commentary. What started as a simple event slowly turns into a complex story. A short silence in a conversation becomes a sign of rejection. A brief mistake becomes proof of failure. A delayed message becomes evidence that something is wrong. The mind adds layer after layer of interpretation until the original event becomes almost invisible beneath the story built around it. The Stoics noticed that much inner turmoil grows from this habit. When the mind constantly interprets events, it inflates their emotional importance. The situation becomes larger and heavier than it truly is. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to see events plainly, without adding unnecessary commentary. A harsh word from someone was simply a sound leaving another person's mouth. A delay was simply time passing. A disagreement was simply two different perspectives meeting each other. But the mind rarely leaves things at that level. It begins asking questions that multiply the emotional intensity. Why did they say that? What does it mean? What will happen next? What if this leads to something worse? These questions create an endless chain of thinking. Each new thought strengthens the emotional reaction. Soon, the mind is no longer reacting to the event itself, but to the expanding interpretation surrounding it. This is how small moments turn into large emotional disturbances. The Stoics practiced reducing this mental commentary. When something happened, they trained themselves to observe the situation before immediately interpreting it. They reminded themselves that many interpretations are simply guesses created by the mind. Not every silence means rejection. Not every delay means failure. Not every disagreement means conflict. By recognizing this, the mind stops rushing toward dramatic explanations. Another important insight the Stoics shared is that interpretation often reflects the emotional state of the person doing the interpreting. When the mind is tired or anxious, it tends to interpret events negatively. When the mind is calm, the same situation may appear neutral or even insignificant. This shows how unreliable constant interpretation can be. The Stoics believed that peace begins when the mind stops adding unnecessary commentary to every moment. Instead of narrating each experience with emotional language, the mind simply observes what is happening.
The event remains simple.
A conversation becomes just a conversation. A delay becomes just a delay. A mistake becomes just a moment that did not go as planned. When interpretation is reduced, emotional reactions often soften naturally. Another benefit of this practice is the quiet space it creates in the mind. Without constant commentary, the inner world becomes less crowded. Thoughts still appear, but they are not immediately followed by long chains of analysis. This quietness allows situations to pass more easily. The Stoics believe that much suffering is not created by life itself, but by the mind's habit of explaining life too much. The more commentary added to an event, the heavier the experience becomes. But when the mind returns to simple observation, the emotional weight begins to dissolve. Over time, this discipline transforms how the mind responds to daily experiences. Situations that once triggered long periods of worry or frustration begin to pass quickly. The mind no longer builds complicated stories around every moment. Instead, life begins flowing more lightly. Moments appear, are experienced, and then fade without leaving large emotional footprints behind. The mind learns that many disturbances were never necessary in the first place. They were created by interpretation rather than by the event itself. And gradually, a calmer relationship with life begins to grow. The mind no longer feels compelled to explain every moment or predict every outcome. It simply watches life unfold without turning each experience into a heavy narrative. In that quiet simplicity, inner turmoil begins losing its grip, and the mind finds itself resting more often in a place of steady, uncomplicated peace. And as the mind begins recognizing how overinterpretation creates unnecessary turmoil, another quiet discipline begins to take shape. Because once the mind sees how easily it inflates experiences with commentary and meaning, it starts noticing that many events in life are actually far simpler than the stories built around them. The Stoics understood this deeply, and they practiced something that may sound small but has powerful effects on emotional peace. The discipline of emotional simplicity. Most emotional tension begins when the mind adds layers to a moment. An event happens, and the mind immediately begins explaining it, predicting what it means, and attaching significance to every detail. The moment becomes complicated, not because it truly is, but because the mind keeps adding interpretation after interpretation. A small inconvenience becomes a sign that the day is ruined. A disagreement becomes a threat to a relationship. A mistake becomes a reflection of personal worth. These layers turn simple events into emotionally complex experiences. The Stoics trained themselves to experience events without building these layers. They practiced seeing moments in their most direct and uncomplicated form. When something happened, they looked at it plainly before allowing the mind to turn it into a larger story. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to reduce situations to their simplest description. If someone spoke harshly, it was simply a person speaking words. If a plan failed, it was simply a result that did not match expectation. By stripping away emotional interpretation, the mind returned the event to its original size. This practice created emotional simplicity. Emotional simplicity does not mean life becomes empty or indifferent. It means the mind stops multiplying the emotional weight of every experience. The event is allowed to be exactly what it is, without being turned into something bigger. Think about how often the mind turns a small moment into a chain of emotional reactions. A comment from someone may trigger embarrassment. The mind begins replaying it, imagining what others might think. Soon the mind is not reacting to the comment anymore, but to the imagined judgment surrounding it. But if the moment is experienced simply, the process changes. A comment appears, it is heard, it passes.
The mind does not add further meaning unless that meaning is truly necessary.
This simplicity removes a large portion of the emotional burden people carry through their day. The Stoics believed that many disturbances grow because the mind refuses to let events remain simple. It insists on assigning meaning, judging motives, and predicting consequences. Each layer adds more emotional complexity. But when the mind practices simplicity, those layers never fully form. Another benefit of emotional simplicity is clarity. When the mind is not crowded with interpretation, it becomes easier to see what actually requires attention. Real problems become visible without being buried beneath exaggerated emotional reactions.
Small inconveniences remain small.
This allows the mind to preserve energy for situations that truly matter. Instead of reacting strongly to every moment, the mind responds calmly when genuine challenges appear. Emotional simplicity also changes how the mind experiences daily life. Many ordinary moments become lighter because they are not weighed down by constant evaluation. A quiet walk, a conversation, or a simple task can be experienced directly without the mind analyzing every detail. The inner world becomes quieter. The Stoics believed that simplicity creates space for peace. When the mind stops layering events with endless meaning, life becomes less mentally crowded. Thoughts slow down, reactions soften, and emotional balance becomes easier to maintain. Over time, the mind learns to trust this simpler way of seeing.
When something happens, it no longer rushes to create explanations or judgments. It allows the event to exist as it is, observing the moment without turning it into something heavier.
This does not mean ignoring important situations. When action or reflection is needed, the mind can still respond thoughtfully, but it no longer reacts automatically with emotional complexity.
Instead, life is experienced with greater clarity and calm.
Gradually, something gentle begins to grow inside the mind. A quiet ease with everyday events. Situations that once felt overwhelming begin to appear manageable because they are no longer surrounded by layers of interpretation. The mind learns that many experiences are far simpler than it once believed. And in that simplicity, emotional balance becomes easier to maintain. Life continues unfolding moment by moment, but the mind moves through it with less strain, allowing each event to arrive, exist, and pass without carrying unnecessary weight. And as the mind begins practicing emotional simplicity, another quiet doorway to calm begins to appear. Because even when the mind learns not to overinterpret events, thoughts can still gather momentum. One thought leads to another, and soon the mind is drifting far away from the present moment. The Stoics noticed this pattern long ago. They understood that when the mind drifts too far into thinking, it loses contact with what is real and immediate. This is where another subtle discipline becomes powerful, the Stoic technique of returning attention to the body. The mind has an incredible ability to travel. It can move into the past, replaying conversations that have already ended. It can move into the future, predicting situations that may never happen. While this ability allows reflection and planning, it also creates a space where anxiety easily grows. When the mind lives too long in imagined time, it becomes detached from the present moment where life is actually unfolding.
The The Stoics believed that returning attention to the body is one of the simplest ways to anchor the mind back to reality.
The body always exists in the present moment. It does not wander into yesterday or tomorrow. The breath moves in and out. The feet touch the ground. The chest rises and falls. These physical sensations quietly continue regardless of what the mind is thinking. When attention returns to these sensations, the mind begins to settle. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to reconnect with the simple experience of being alive. Breathing, standing, walking, and feeling the rhythm of the body were not distractions from thought. They were ways of restoring balance when thinking became excessive. This practice is gentle but powerful. When the mind begins spiraling into worry or overthinking, attention is simply guided back to the body. The sensation of breathing becomes noticeable again. Air enters the lungs and leaves them. The shoulders relax. The feet press lightly against the floor. These small sensations may seem ordinary, but they have a grounding effect on the mind. Thoughts often become intense because they create distance from physical awareness. When the mind is lost in worry, the body becomes almost invisible to attention. But when awareness returns to the body, the mind reconnects with the present environment. The mental storm begins to slow. Another reason this technique works is because the body naturally regulates emotional states. When breathing becomes slow and steady, the nervous system begins calming down. The muscles relax, and the signals of urgency that often accompany anxiety begin to fade. The Stoics understood that the body and mind are deeply connected. By bringing attention back to the body, the mind interrupts the chain of thoughts that feeds emotional stress. This does not require complicated exercises. Sometimes it is as simple as noticing the rhythm of breathing for a few moments, feeling the air on the skin, noticing how the body sits in the chair or stands on the ground. These small observations gently shift attention away from spiraling thoughts and back toward the reality of the present moment. Walking also becomes a powerful tool in this practice. When attention moves to the sensation of each step, the mind naturally slows down. The movement of the body brings awareness back to the immediate world rather than to imagined worries. The Stoics valued this physical awareness because it reconnects the mind with what is real. Most worries live inside imagined futures, but when attention rests in the body, the mind begins recognizing that in this exact moment, nothing urgent is happening. The breath continues. The body is present. Life is unfolding calmly. Over time, the mind becomes more skilled at using this anchor. Whenever thoughts begin spinning too quickly, attention gently returns to the body. Not as a forced distraction, but as a reminder that the present moment is always available. This creates a stable foundation beneath the flow of thoughts. The Stoics believe that inner balance often comes from reconnecting with the simplest experiences of being alive. The breath, the movement of the body, the quiet rhythm of physical awareness. These sensations do not carry the weight of mental interpretation. They simply exist. And when the mind rests within them, the storm of thinking begins to quiet itself. Thoughts still appear, but they lose the power to pull attention endlessly forward. Gradually, the mind learns that calmness is never far away. It can always return to the steady presence of the body, where awareness anchors itself gently in the living moment that is unfolding right now. And as the mind becomes more comfortable returning its attention to the body, another quiet realization begins to unfold. Because when awareness settles in the present moment, the mind starts noticing how much energy it has been spending trying to control things that were never within its reach. One of the most common sources of emotional tension comes from trying to control other people, their behavior, their opinions, their reactions. The Stoics understood that this effort quietly drains the mind and creates endless frustration. This is where another powerful discipline begins, the practice of mentally releasing control over other people. From the earliest years of life, the mind forms expectations about how people should behave. Friends should be loyal, family should always understand, colleagues should act fairly, strangers should be respectful. When people behave in ways that match these expectations, the mind feels comfortable. But when they act differently, irritation and disappointment quickly appear. The Stoics observed that much of this frustration comes from an invisible assumption, the belief that people should act according to our preferences. But every person carries their own nature, their own beliefs, their own struggles, and their own way of seeing the world. Their actions grow from experiences and thoughts that may be completely different from our own. Trying to control that inner world is like trying to control the wind. It moves according to forces we cannot command. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself every day that people would sometimes act selfishly, impatiently, or unfairly. He did not say this with bitterness. He said it with understanding. Human beings act according to what they believe is right or necessary in that moment. Even when their behavior is difficult, it usually comes from their own perception of the situation. When the mind accepts this truth, a great deal of emotional tension begins to dissolve. Instead of constantly reacting with surprise or anger, the mind becomes more prepared for the variety of human behavior. People will sometimes misunderstand. They will sometimes act carelessly. They will sometimes fail to meet expectations. None of this means the world is broken. It simply means that human beings are complex. The Stoics practiced mentally releasing the need to control how others behave. This does not mean accepting harmful behavior without setting boundaries. The Stoics believed in acting with wisdom and fairness. If someone behaves in a harmful way, it is still appropriate to respond calmly and protect oneself when necessary. But emotional peace does not depend on forcing others to change. When the mind stops trying to control the inner decisions of other people, it gains a sense of freedom. Instead of constantly monitoring what others are doing or saying, the mind returns its attention to what truly belongs within its control: its own actions, its own character, its own responses. This shift creates emotional stability because the mind no longer ties its peace to the unpredictable behavior of others. Imagine how much mental energy is spent trying to influence how people think, replaying conversations, imagining what should have been said differently, hoping that someone will finally understand or change their perspective. This effort often continues long after the interaction has ended. But when the mind releases the need to control these outcomes, the conversation ends naturally. The mind allows the other person to hold their own thoughts and opinions without needing to correct them. This practice also brings more patience into relationships. When the mind accepts that each person acts according to their own nature, it becomes easier to respond with calm understanding rather than immediate frustration. People are seen as individuals navigating their own path, rather than as obstacles that must behave differently. The Stoics believed that peace grows when the mind focuses on what belongs within its influence and gently releases everything else. Other people's actions belong to them, their thoughts belong to them,
Their judgments belong to them.
What belongs to you is how you choose to respond. Over time, this understanding removes a heavy burden from the mind. Instead of carrying the impossible task of managing other people's behavior, the mind returns to its own center. There, it finds stability. Life continues, bringing encounters with many different personalities, each moving according to their own understanding. But the mind no longer feels the need to control every interaction.
It observes, responds with integrity, and then allows the moment to pass.
And through this quiet practice, emotional tension begins to loosen. The mind discovers that peace does not come from shaping the behavior of others. It comes from accepting that everyone moves according to their own nature, while remaining steady within your own. And as the mind begins releasing the need to control other people, another quiet realization begins to settle beneath the surface of awareness. Because once the mind stops spending energy trying to shape the behavior of others, it becomes easier to notice what is happening inside the mind itself. There is a constant movement of thinking, questions, judgments, predictions, memories, explanations. The mind rarely rests. It continues producing thoughts long after situations have ended. The Stoics observed that much inner disturbance does not come from the world outside. It comes from the restless activity inside the mind. This leads to another powerful insight. Peace often appears not because something new is added to the mind, but because something is removed. Specifically, excessive thinking. Many people believe calmness must be created through complicated effort. They search for answers, strategies, and explanations to finally feel at peace. But the Stoics discovered something much simpler. Calmness often appears when the mind stops generating unnecessary mental activity. Think about how often the mind continues working long after a moment has passed. A conversation ends, but the mind keeps replaying it. A problem appears, and the mind begins imagining 10 possible outcomes. A small mistake happens, and the mind continues analyzing it for hours. The event itself may have lasted only a few seconds, yet the mind keeps the emotional reaction alive through continuous thinking. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the mind creates much of its own disturbance by constantly interpreting, judging, and predicting. When the mind quiets these activities, emotional turbulence begins to settle naturally. Peace, in many cases, is simply the absence of unnecessary mental movement. This does not mean the mind should stop thinking completely. Thinking is useful when solving problems, making decisions, or reflecting on important matters. But much of the thinking that fills the mind each day serves no real purpose. It repeats the same concerns, revisits the same memories, and predicts situations that may never happen. This repetitive thinking creates emotional noise. The Stoics practiced reducing this mental noise by becoming more selective about which thoughts deserved attention. When a thought appeared that did not lead to useful action or understanding, the mind allowed it to pass without continuing the conversation. This gradually reduced the amount of mental activity filling the inner world. As thinking slowed, something surprising began to appear. A natural calmness that was already present beneath the constant movement of thought. The mind realized that peace had not been missing. It had simply been hidden beneath layers of continuous thinking. Another benefit of reduced mental activity is clarity. When the mind is crowded with thoughts, it becomes difficult to see situations clearly. Every moment is filtered through layers of interpretation, but when the mind becomes quieter, perception becomes simpler. The present moment appears more directly without being covered by endless commentary. This allows the mind to respond to life with greater balance. Instead of reacting quickly to every situation, the mind pauses. It observes what is happening before adding meaning or judgment. This space between event and reaction creates emotional stability. The Stoics believed that inner peace is not something that must be forced into existence. It naturally appears when the mind stops interfering with itself. When thinking slows down, the body relaxes. The breath becomes deeper. The sense of urgency that often accompanies stress begins to fade. What remains is a quiet awareness that does not need constant explanation. Over time, the mind becomes more comfortable with this stillness. Moments of silence between thoughts begin to feel natural rather than uncomfortable. The mind no longer feels the need to fill every second with analysis or prediction. Instead, it rests more often in simple awareness. This does not remove intelligence or reflection. In fact, it often strengthens them. When thinking occurs in a quieter mind, it becomes more focused and useful rather than scattered and repetitive. Gradually, the inner world begins to feel lighter. Thoughts still appear when they are needed, but they no longer dominate every moment of awareness. The mind becomes less reactive because it is not constantly generating commentary about everything that happens. And through this quiet shift, the Stoic insight becomes clear. Peace does not come from solving every thought. It comes from having fewer unnecessary thoughts in the first place. When the mind reduces its endless activity, calmness emerges naturally, like a still lake that appears once the wind has stopped disturbing its surface. Stress rarely disappears because life suddenly becomes easier. It disappears when the mind finally learns how to stop fighting itself. Throughout this journey, one quiet truth has appeared again and again. Emotions are not enemies. Thoughts are not commands. And peace is not something that must be forced into existence. The Stoics understood that much of the weight people carry is created by the mind itself, by resisting emotions, by demanding perfect outcomes, by over-interpreting every moment, by trying to control other people, and by filling the mind with endless thinking. But when these habits begin to soften, something remarkable happens. The inner world becomes lighter. Emotions are allowed to rise and fade naturally. Thoughts pass without being obeyed. Events are seen simply rather than turned into complicated stories. The mind stops chasing control and begins resting in awareness. And slowly, stress loses the grip it once held. What remains is something far more powerful than constant struggle. A quiet steadiness. A mind that can face life without being overwhelmed by it. Not because problems disappear, but because the mind no longer multiplies them. If these reflections spoke to something inside you, write "still mind" in the comments. It's a simple way of reminding yourself that calmness is not far away. It begins the moment the mind stops feeding the storm. And if this kind of Stoic wisdom helps you think more clearly and live more peacefully, make sure to subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next journey into the deeper art of mastering the mind.